well, so I may not use my video.
That's fine.
Yes,
That's fine.
that's fine. That's fine.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Can I ask like a in-house related question? The thing is, I haven't used Google Meet a lot. So I'm trying to figure out how to share screen on Google Meet.
Shamuk, do you?
Yeah.
Shamuk, first of all, there are options right at the if you see below, okay,
Yes.
below the screen, see just next to those three those dots,
Yes.
there's this arrow.
Present now. Yeah.
Present now. So that is, if you click on that,
Right.
okay, and
Yeah.
then you will see there should be an option called share screen, right?
Okay. Cool. I'll do that.
Yes,
I'll do
yes.
that.
And
Fine.
if you have any problem, okay, you can send your presentation slides to us.
Okay.
We have our volunteers who can then present on your behalf.
Okay, I don't think I will run into problem. I have an hour, so I
If
will.
you want to try it now, you can do it because we'll
Yes,
start
yes.
only
Why
from
don't you do
10.
that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, you,
let me-
you can
let
just
me
yeah,
try.
you can just check. Yes. So you need to present your entire screen. Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do now. I think it'll. Let me see. नहीं बंद कर दी हाँ.
The main problem you will find is that in selection of the PPT that you are trying to present,
Yeah.
so you have to first select your own PPT and see when you are kind of going for that, clicking that button of presentation, I mean this arrow, upward arrow, then the box is open. So you select a window. You select the option of window and yes, don't make it entire screen. The hosts will actually pin your program presentation, and then it will be easier, because otherwise if you get it on entire screen, then you might find it difficult to negotiate in your own. I mean, like you're going to read out from something. So that will be a problem. So can you just try it once?
Yes, that can be done as well. Yeah.
I'm trying to do that, but there are some problems that I'm facing with security and privacy. I don't know why this is. Maybe let me just see. Because what they're doing is they are.
Ucha
actually
suggests that he sends his presentation to you. So Devdut, whoever is kind of presenting the slide here, Devdut, are you in charge of presenting the slides? Are you presenting the slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so send it to Devdut directly, Ucha. Once it comes to you or
I'll call him.
That will be much better, because last day
Yes,
also Osman's case was, like it was dicey.
Right. I'll call him. Yeah.
Should I write my email in the chat box?
Yes, that would be best.
A third coordinator has also joined in. Shamarpita, good morning. Dr. Rizvi has already joined, and Shamuk is trying out his presentation. Shamarpita?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, yes.
Morning,
Dr.
everyone.
Rizvi has already joined. Dr. Rizvi, Shamarpita.
Yes, yes. Good morning, Dr. Samarkita.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
And Shamuk is trying out his presentation.
Devdut, are you here, Devdut?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Devdut. So Shomuk is sending you his PPT.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. So just
Good morning, Kumkumdi. We will start the session soon. Our speaker is already here.
Good morning.
And thank you for a wonderful paper yesterday. Wonderful talk.
Actually, today in the morning, I and Tilotama, we were discussing about the kind of, they much appreciated all the talks and especially yours. So we were discussing it. And just now I sent you the mail back to your reply to your mail.
Thank you. I will hopefully be able to listen to something today and also on Monday and Tuesday. I'm looking forward to that also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kumkumdi. Vyapti has joined as well. Welcome, Vyapti. Vyapti is the last speaker today and familiar kind of.
Hello, Vyapti. How are you?
Hello, ma'am. Hi, I'm good. Good morning. How are you,
Very
ma'am?
nice to see you. I'm very happy that you are here.
Yes, ma'am.
I have been included in the program. So nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well, ma'am.
Good morning, Bhakti. Virunda here.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Doing fine. Yes.
It's a pleasure to see you all, ma'am. And
I think we'll start off the session now Anisha, please take over.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning, esteemed speakers, faculty members, special invitees, and dear participants both on Google Meet and YouTube, where the lectures are being live streamed. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on the third day of this one-week online workshop on studying history, perspectives and sources. We are commencing with the medieval early modern section of the talks. At present, we have a sizable number attending from YouTube and Gmeet, so we're looking forward to an enriching session. 4 speakers have graced us today in today's seminar, which will proceed in 2 sections or 2 sub-themes with a break between them. Each speaker will have an hour to present their paper, followed by a 20-minute question-answer session. I would kindly request all attendees to keep their microphones on mute for the duration of the seminar. If you have questions for any speaker, please leave them in the chat box, and we will put them forward in the question-answer session after each talk. With that, I would like to begin the first session or sub-theme of our seminar, Religion, Politics and Culture. Our first speaker for today is Dr. Sajjad Alam Rizvi. Dr. Sajjad Alam Rizvi is presently Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of History at Presidency University. His research interests include Sufi ideas and practices and the cultural history of Islam and Muslim societies in medieval and early modern India. He focuses on the history of concepts, ideas and texts flowing across the Islamicate world. Dr. Rizvi was awarded his PhD from the Freie Universität Berlin and has previously been educated in Jamia Millia Islamia. He has also been the recipient of the doctoral fellowship from the Center for the History of Emotions, Max Planck Institute for Human Development, Berlin, where he has served as a visiting research fellow. His doctoral dissertation titled Loving the Master, The Debate on Appropriate Emotions in North India, 1750 to 1830, examines the concept of love and the idea of appropriate emotions in Muslim religious groups of the period. Dr. Rizvi is well versed in Urdu, Persian and Arabic and has translated several works including the Al-Jamiatul Ashrafiyya, a brief history from Urdu to English. Dr. Rizvi has published in several journals such as the South Asian History and Culture and presented his works in places like the University of Helsinki, Bonn, Chicago and Harvard. For our seminar, he is presenting the paper titled Making Sense of Sufi Practices, Perspectives from History of Emotions. Just a gentle reminder, each speaker will have an hour to present their paper, followed by a 20-minute question-answer session. With that, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Rizvi.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the Department of History, Jadavpur University, and in particular, Professor Nupur Das Gupta, Tilak Mukherjee, Samarpita Mitra, and Saroy, the joint coordinators of the medieval and early modern sections of this workshop, for the invitation to share my presentation in this workshops. So as you know, my topic is Making Sense of Sufi Practices, Perspective from History of Emotions. So what I'm going to do in this presentation is very briefly discuss about why I am bringing the perspective from history of emotions to study Sufism, and then I will present a very brief overview of what history of emotion is and how we do history of emotions. And in the next sections, I will be talking about certain Sufi practices and try to show how various Sufi practices which were debated and discussed among the Sufis were many times either privileged or rejected on the basis of emotion knowledge that the Sufis drew from different traditions, different disciplines. So this is the outline of the presentation, and now I begin with. The first and foremost thing is the problem with categories, analytical categories, and their definitions. So how we define Sufism. Sufism is a very difficult term to define. So one prominent scholars of the field, like Anne-Marie Schimmels, she says that Sufism meant in the formative period mainly an interiorization of Islam, a personal experience of the central mystery of Islam, that is, of Tawheed, to declare that God is one. While another prominent scholars of the field, J.S. Trimingham, says that Sufism is Islamic mysticism, which is a particular method of approach to reality. That is haqiqa, another special terms making use of intuitive and emotional spiritual faculties which are greatly dormant and latent unless called into play through training under guidance. So thus, Sufi scholars who consider love of God the ultimate aim of the spiritual wayfaring say that the journey to God has been explained as the path which the wayfarer has to proceed by refining the soul from voices and adorning it with virtues. Here they use the word akhlaq. So they say that the first and foremost task of a person intending to follow the mystical path is to refine their akhlaq. And this refinement result in the attainments of mystical stations or stages which are described in Sufi text as hal and maqam. Therefore, the emotion words which are discussed in Sufi terms are categorized under the two broader categories of akhlaq, which is virtues or voices, and maqam, which are the mystical states or stages. Hal being the temporary or transient experience that a spiritual wayfarer experiences on his or her journey to the divine. So in this presentation, I explore the Sufi practices by shifting the focus from the reformist discourse, because the reformist discourse on Sufi practices in South Asia, largely from the 18th to the early 19th century, has been conveniently studied from the perspective of compliance with or deviation from the Sharia. This narrative holds that ecstasy, love, mystical audition, that is sama, and other Sufi practices are the result of intoxications that transgresses the boundaries of doctrinal Islam, which privileges sobriety. However, in this presentation, I argue that Sharia was subject to various and or contested interpretations. And it was because that emotion knowledge that was derived from psychology, which in the Perso-Arabic context was described as nafsiyat or ilmun nafs, with the circulation of ideas and concepts across the Indo-Persian and Arabic region. And this emotion knowledge was appropriated by the members of the respective Sufi orders who either privileged certain emotional practices or rejected them on the basis of the effects that they were supposed to produce in the person. So these Sufi scholars, or the differences in their attitudes to emotions, also arises from their attitudes or from their understanding of the emotions, which they drew from different disciplines such as theology, philosophy, medical knowledge, which is Tib, and Sufi psychology. And it is in that context that the Sufis have attributed different emotions discussed in the Sufi text as moral virtues or vices, akhlaq, and mystical states or stages, maqam or hal, to different subtle components such as the heart, spirit, soul, intellect, and others. So these ascriptions of emotions to this subtle component within the human body, which for the Sufis again are non-physical. That is why they use the word subtle, and the Perso-Arabic word is latifa or lataif. So it is there that we need to understand why, for example, the Sufi practice of Sama, which if we look at it from the perspective of the reformist discourse or from the perspective of Sharia, and look at the literature that were produced both by the opponent and proponent of these practices, we find that they derive again either from Quranic verses or from the prophetic traditions. So using the reformist discourse or the analytical category of reform or reformist make it very much complex to put this Sufi practice of Sama either within the reformist Islam or within the traditional or folk Islamic traditions, because both of them refer to the sacred scriptures of the Islamic traditions. So it is in that context that Sayyid Hussein Nasr writes, and I quote, "The question of the significance of and legitimacy of music in the total structure of Islamic tradition is not, however, merely juridical or theological. It involves most of all the inner and spiritual aspect of Islam, and therefore, whatever ambiguities exist on the juridical level, the ultimate answer, especially as far as the relation of music to Islamic spirituality is concerned, must be sought above all in Sufism. Numerous Sufis have written on this subject, and some have themselves been both accomplished musicians and authorities on the psychological and spiritual effect of music upon the human soul." So it is there that Arthur Gribbers suggests that the difference of opinion regarding Sama can be viewed as part of a larger controversy which existed between the Sufis and the legalists, namely the Sufi support of the new Platonic Eros doctrine and the orthodox supports of the Nomos doctrine. A completely different level of rationalizations of Sama is the Sufis' attempt at explaining what Sama accomplishes on the spiritual plane. For example, Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, the famous theologians and Sufi scholars, elucidates the purpose of music, explaining its relation to the mystical stations, that is maqamat. So he says that the purpose of music considered in relation to God is to arouse longing for God and passionate love towards Him, and to produce states in which God reveals Himself and shows favor, which are beyond descriptions and are known only by experience. So these are the Sufi scholars or theologians who are again expressing or explaining a very contested Sufi practices by referring to the psychological or emotional, quote unquote, because, and here I define emotion either as the moral virtues or voices or the mystical state in stages, which is open to discussions and debate. So I use the category of emotional practices or emotional style as heuristic categories. So since emotion is at the center of the Sufi discussions of various mystical practices, so let us see what history of emotions provides or tells us about studying various Sufi practices, not from the perspective of reform, revival versus tradition or folk religious or religiosity, but from the perspective of the emotion knowledge that the Sufis derive again from different disciplinary traditions. So this study of the Sufi texts draws on the scholarly work in the field of history of emotions, which is regarded as a mean of integrating the category of emotions into social, cultural, and political history. So here, emotions are influenced by social factors and undergo change, both in the way they are individually expressed and socially valued. Emotion also induces change by motivating people's decisions and actions and by influencing social, economic, and political developments. However, despite the increasing interest in the history of emotions, there is no unanimity about what emotion means. Instead, we come across various definitions of what can be categorized as emotions coming from psychology, anthropology, sociology, philosophy, and other disciplines. And in this context, some definition of emotions focus on the inner side of emotions, the experience, some on the outer, the expression or bodily manifestations. For example, William James, in his famous article, defines emotions as the awareness of physical arousal. According to this view, emotions are located in the body. The cognitivist psychologists and philosophers do not regard bodily component as the essence of emotions. For them, it is a mental state related to appraisals, evaluations, and judgments, while bodily arousals are secondary and non-essential for understanding emotions. Barbara Rosenwein tries to reconcile these two different approaches to emotions and says that there are two dominant views regarding the study of emotions. The cognitive view considered emotion as part of a process of appraisal resulting from judgment about whether something is likely to be good or harmful as perceived by each individual. Although most cognitive psychologists believe that there are certain basic emotions true of all human beings, they say that the physical and mental capacity of having emotion is universal, but the ways those emotions are themselves felt and expressed depend on cultural norms as well as individual proclivities. According to the social constructionist view, emotions and their expressions are shaped by the society in which they operate. According to this perspective, emotion can be cultivated, and in that sense, emotion can be also rational. So Rosenwein, writing about emotions in the medieval period, thinks that both the cognitive and constructionist views together point a way to a history of emotions that looks at two complementary issues, and these are what people consider conducive to them and what possibilities culture provide for the expressions of their feelings. So in this paper, So the study of emotional norms forms one of the major themes in the history of emotions. Terms such as emotionology, feeling rules, emotional standard, and emotional styles have been employed to describe the attitude which a society maintains towards basic emotions and their appropriate emotions. So these norms change with the passage of time, and in consequence, this change has its impact on social experience. These emotional norms and styles are shared by emotional communities, a term which has been coined by Barbara Rosenwein to refer to social groups in which people share values and interest. Each emotional community privileges certain emotions and downgrade others and prescribe rules for their expressions. These emotional communities may coexist alongside one another and they may intersect at certain points. That is why Rosenwein points out that the emotional communities allows for a more pluralism than William Reddy's emotional regime or emotional refuge. Another scholar, whose name is Monique Scheer, says that this explanation regarding emotional norms and emotional communities still face the problems of dichotomies between body and mind, structure and agency, as well as expression and experience. Therefore, drawing on the concept of habitus, as explained by Pierre Bourdieu, she uses the term emotional practices to understand emotions as emerging from the bodily dispositions conditions by a social context, which always has cultural and historical specificity. So according to Scheer, access to emotion as practice, the bodily act of experience and expression, is achieved through in connections with other doings and sayings on which emotion as practice is dependent. So such term, she terms these doing and sayings as emotional practices which build on the embodied knowledge of the habituated links that form the complexes of body and mind actions. Beno Gameril is another scholar who has proposed to expand the scope of previous approaches that were informed by rather monolithic understanding of emotionality and study emotional style as community-based or spatially defined emotional style that were simultaneously performed within larger socio-cultural context. According to Gamel, emotional style encompasses the experience, fostering and display of emotions and oscillate between discursive patterns and embodied practices, as well as between common script and specific appropriations. So this notion of style, according to Gamel, although similar to habitus, is different from the concept of emotional habitus, as style implies more malleability and plurality which are required to focus on coexisting modes of thinking about, handling, generating, and showing emotions. He says that capturing these multiplicities of coexisting styles and analyzing their interactions enhances our understanding of the diachronic variability and synchronic diversity of emotional patterns and practices. These styles correspond with the notions of community, but he says that emotional communities are congruent with existing politically, culturally, or otherwise defined groups. And the emotional styles are in this sense secondary. Therefore, he does not take emotional communities as based on pre-existing identities, and from there I drew and use the terms emotions to refer to moral virtues and vices, akhlaq, as well as mystical state and stages. So I use emotional styles as a heuristic device to study different Sufi groups and the emotional styles that they prescribe, and to trace the shift that led to the emergence of new styles. So the contestation on Sufi practices was based not only on the norms and practices, but it also revolved around different conceptualization of emotions, as discussed in the sections that in which I provided a very brief overview of what history of emotion is, and what are the different approaches to history of emotions. So these conceptualization of emotions were derived from or informed by the ideas and knowledge on emotions available to the Sufi scholars during the specific period of our study, and that is the 18th and 19th century. So the survey of text on the theme of mystical auditions, emotional effect, zikr, meditation, and other Sufi practices will follow a discussions will be followed by how to apply or find emotions or history of emotions in the Sufi text. So before going to that, I would like to very briefly talk about the certain Sufi practices that were prescribed for the acquisitions of mystical stages and cultivating the ultimate goal of Sufi is, that is, love of God and closeness to God, or to translate the word Vesal as communion with God. So there are largely 4 or 5 practices which I will focus upon, and the first practice is mujahada, so which is also many times used interchangeably with the concept of riyazat or riyaz. So in the beginning of the mystical journey, the Sufi disciple is asked to keep the desires of the concupiscent or carnal soul under control by having less food, less sleep, less talk, and less company of the people. This is named as a struggle against the soul, because many times the Sufis also say that the akhlaq or manifestations of moral virtues are highly influenced by the proportionate dominance of the carnal soul on the human intellect or the heart. So that is why the first practice, and for this practice they also in this practice they also include various bodily exercises as well to weaken the dominance of the carnal soul. The second practice is zikr. I'm not explaining right now, I just giving an overview of the practices, and later on I will be talking about how to derive emotions or emotions history from these practices, or how these practices were privileged or rejected on the specific conceptualization of emotions. So the first practice was mujahada. The second one is zikr. Zikr means remembrance and recollections. So this refers to a Sufi practice in which the names of God, traditionally 99 in number, are chanted over and over again, either in solitude or in company, loudly or silently. Both historically in the present and in the present day, the practice of zikr recollections continues to be a central part of Sufi practices. And specialized psychophysical techniques, including specific prayer formula, breath control, which again is a practice which were appropriated by the Sufis, or the Sufi took from the yogic practices, and special sitting postures and visualization of the image of the Sufi masters have been developed and integrated into the practice of zikr. So while practicing a zikr, or the basic elements in the prayer formula of zikr include recitations of God's name, the first half of the Muslim professions of faith, or the Arabic prayer formula, and concentration on moving a name or formula from the lower to the upper body, and occasional visualization of letters, words, and complicated visions. So the Chishti Sufis prescribe both the method of practicing zikr loudly and silently, while the Naqshbandi Sufis prefer the silent recollections to the loud one. So the Chishti say that the heart has a lower door and a higher door. The former is opened with silent zikr, while the latter is opened with the loud zikr. The Naqshbandis, on the other hand, say that one needs to have a peace of mind, to perform the practice of zikr. Therefore, they advise to perform it silently. Chishti Sufis also allow the disciples to recite these prayer formulas in the languages other than Arabic. The Sufi also prescribe different practices of recollections for various lataif, which are the subtle component within the human body. Drawing on medical knowledge, or tib, Shah Kalimullah also prescribed some herbal medicines to be used while practicing zikr. So here Shah Kalimullah says that one need to avoid bitter, liquid, and hot food while practicing breath control, which is passe anfas, a part of the Sufi practice of zikr. Okay, so explaining the spiritual attentions of the Sufi masters and the notions of visualizing the image of the Sufi master while performing zikr, Shah Waliullah writes that the later Sufis, those of the Naqshbandi school, discovered yet another states of the heart and brought it to perfections. And this state is related to the practice of exerting influence upon the disciple and influence the attentions of the murid. This can be elaborated as follows. He says, and I quote, "Certain peoples are endowed with the power of dominance and intentions. When such a person diverts his attention to others, he considers them as inferior and regards himself dominant over them. If such a person comes into contact with others, then his own state of grief or joy penetrates them. Then such a person who possesses the quality of dominance turns his attention to a disciple and captivates his soul by virtue of his own aspirations and views his disciple's heart and intellect in the light of that intentions." So here Shah Waliullah talks about transference of emotional state from the spiritual master to the disciple by following the practice of tawajjuh and himmat in the Sufi context. So after zikr, The Sufi, another Sufi practice, which is very famous one, is muraqaba or meditations. And the Sufis sometimes also use the word fikr for that one, which is translated as contemplations. So closely related to the zikr technique is another technique known as meditation. So muraqaba means guarding and protecting something. The seeker, which is the Sufi spiritual wayfarer, should guard his heart and should think that he is encompassed by God. Therefore, he should pronounce either with tongue or in his heart certain phrases such as Allah is present near me, Allah is looking at me, Allah is witnessing with me, is a witness with me, and he should concentrate on the meaning of these words. So Shah Waliullah uses the word continuous worship or dawame ubudiyat to describe the various mystical exercises. And this continuous worship, according to Shah Waliullah, is of two kinds. One of them is related to the organs and tongue, and this is to spend times in recollections, recitations, prayer formulas with peace of mind. And the other one is related to the heart and the intellect. So this is occupation of the heart with love and its attachment to the beloved, and occupation of the intellect in remembrance. So thus, in the zikr traditions and the fikr or muraqabah traditions, both the physical and the mental or the bodily or the psychological are combined together to produce the effect that the Sufis were looking for by engaging or involving themselves in these two Sufi practices. And the last Sufi practice, which is the most contested one, is Sama, which is mystical auditions, but many times is also translated as Qawwali. But when the Sufi use the word Sama, so it can be with music or without music. So that is why sometimes Sama is also translated as auditions. So Sama is the practice of listening to mystical auditions to induce love and ecstasy. All the major Sufi order except the Naqshbandis prescribe this practice, but at the same time they set certain rules and regulations for persons attending the assembly. Okay, so here Shah Waliullah, I quote one scholar, Shah Waliullah, Shah Kalimullah, who is a prominent Chishti Sufi of the 18th century, says that God has deposited in the inner parts of the human beings longing, and in the deep hearts love, which appear, move, and intensify while hearing good sounds, because of the connection between the sound and the spirit. So therefore, the desirability, permissibility, and prohibition of Sama is based on that love. If it is for the creator, it will be desirable. If it is for persons whom the Sharia has permitted or prohibited, it will be undesirable. Okay, so this specification is applicable when Sama, according to what Kalimullah Jahanabadi, induces lust in the listener. Otherwise, there is no harm in listening to it. It is also permissible to listen to it for the sake of pleasure, which is nishat. However, it will be undesirable for a person whose inner part is devoid of all these purposes as it will be useless for them, unquote. And then there are again debates about the specific musical instrument that are used there. So I skip that part. So Kalimullah also describes a specific code of conduct for the person who attend these mystical assemblies for attaining or the mystical experience that they want there. So this is a very elaborate code of conduct for the persons who are there in the mystical assembly. So here Kalimullah reproduces the sayings of various Sufi masters regarding the benefit one experiences while listening to it. He also expresses his own opinion, saying that Sama is a divine fire burning in the heart. It affects all. The person who still has corruptions in his heart, his density will be purified by being melted with Sama. The person who is pure, the fire will increase his purity. So far as other Sufi scholars of this period are concerned, and those who were associated with the Naqshbandi Sufi order, they did not prescribe Sama as a practice for their followers. However, they did not consider it as illegal. For example, Khwaja Mir Dard used to listen to it. Shah Waliullah and Shah Abdul Aziz have described it while discussing the Sufi Chishti practices, and Shah Waliullah says that one should listen to Sama only while performing continuous worship, which has been discussed by him in another context, that one should always be involved in the remembrance of God, and his tongues and bodily organs should be involved in the practice of zikr. Even Mirza Mazhar Jane Jana has also expressed his attitudes to these emotional practices, and his attitude was more reconciliatory than has been acknowledged by others. Okay. So there, Mirza Mazhar Jane Jana writes that the second type that is that which later extremists have introduced. They have adopted it extremely and mixed it up with unlawful things. So this type of Sama, because of the unlawful things, has reached from the stage of permissible to that of the lawful. Some perfect Sufis do not participate even in lawful Sama because it is related to taste, which is zawq, not to the rules of the Sharia. So Mirza Mazhar Jane Jana, thus, instead of discussing the issue of Sama in legal terms, mention them in the context of sobriety and intoxications related to the different taste and natural dispositions of the person participating in the mystical traditions. Therefore, he does not rule out Sufi Sama as completely against the rule of Sharia. Rather, he accepts it as being practiced by the early Sufis who abided by the Sharia. Another Sufi practice which is a contested issue among the Sufis is the theme of ecstasy. Okay. So closely related to the practice of listening to mystical audition is the issue of ecstasy in mystical practices. So in his expositions of ecstasy, Kalimullah explained three terms: Wajd, which is finding; Wajud, which is existence; and Acquired, which is acquired ecstasy, which is tabajut. So here he says that the first word means grief and the second one signifies finding, and these are two states generated by sama. Some of the people receive sorrow while others are favored with happiness. But interestingly, Shah Kalimullah also explains the difference between shuur and ikhtiyar. And shuur and ikhtiyar is the will is ikhtiyar and shuur is consciousness. So in his discussions of ecstasy, he says that unlike the commonsensical understanding of emotions, that a person in the state of ecstasy loses both will and consciousness. He says it is not so. So here he says that some masters regard acquired ecstasy as the manifestation of what is in the inner part over the external part. So again, there is a very close connections between the bodily expression of emotions and the experiential dimensions of emotions. So in explaining this situation, when a person is overcome with ecstasy, Kalimullah differentiate between will, which is ikhtiyar, and consciousness, which is shuur, as follows. So he says that will and consciousness are two different concepts in the context of sama, and they have four aspects: absence of the both, presence of the both, presence of the former and absence of the later, and the absence of the former and the presence of the later. So thus, to cut it short, so there are various Sufi practices now which are discussed, debated in the Sufi context, but the problem of looking at this debate and contestations from the perspective of Sharia is very complex, because most of the scholars who are considered as belonging to the Sharia groups, they are also trying to explain the permissibility or legality of various Sufi practices by referring to the ultimate goal of these Sufi practices. So far, my objective has been to not impose any pre-established conceptual apparatus in the study of Sufi texts to discuss how emotions were conceptualized and categorized by the actors. In doing so, I kept in mind the importance of the self-descriptions of the actors. How did they perceive the phenomena that come under the category of emotions, and what were the words and terms that they used to describe them? However, after this lengthy descriptions of the Sufi ideas, I would like to bring the specific Sufi conceptualization and categorization of emotions into a dialogue with some of the major trends and approaches prevalent in the field of the history of emotions. The Sufi texts provide a good examples of synthesizing various discourses on emotions, and they are moral philosophy, medical knowledge, theology, and Sufi belief systems. Therefore, we can see that they have classified emotions under different categories. According to this synthesis, I argue emotions have been located at the threshold of dichotomies between the individual and the social, inside and outside, nature and nurture, body and mind. Several words and terms have been used to refer to emotions under the heading of refinement of moral qualities. Emotions have been described as the desire, passions, which is hawa, moral qualities and attributes, akhlaq, acquired traits, malakat, experiences, and dispositions of the soul. So the term akhlaq is rich in semantic significance and hence it is translated as nature, dispositions, quality, manner, religion, or even habit. So khulq means an established state of the soul from which actions proceed easily without any need for reflections and deliberations. So according to the Sufi text, akhlaqi virtues or vices, if they are praised by the reasons and the Sharia, and the akhlaq will be described as vices if they are not praised by the Sharia. So sometimes the vices have also been described as diseases in medical terms. So malakat means habit, dispositions, acquired traits, or established habit. So taken from the philosophers, they also refer to a root virtue, and the phrase praiseworthy moral traits or akhlaq is commonly used in theology, philosophy, and ethics. So the use of these terms shows that emotions considered as akhlaq or qualities have been discussed in the context of social interactions, which in turns are valued or devalued for their social valence. But if we translate akhlaq into emotions as that they have been discussed in the Sufi text, we can also conclude that the Sufi scholars drew on various disciplines such as theology, philosophy, medical discourse, and ethics. Okay. So the faculties, or if we translate akhlaq as mystical state and maqam and hal, then the social dimensions of emotions is not present there. Rather, it is between the individual and God, who is not the social or the physical being. And it is in that context that the Sufis will use the word heart, not for the physical heart, but rather the subtle component which is located at a certain positions within the human body. So it is there that the practices that have been described in this Sufi text for the acquisitions of the desired moral qualities or virtues further elaborate that the emotions as akhlaq are conceptualized according to the social constructionist view of the cognitive approach to emotions. But at the same time, the physical aspect of emotions too is acknowledged, as we discussed in the context of Shah Waliullah's expositions of the systems of subtle faculties or subtle component. So if the intellect dominates over the heart and the carnal soul, virtues will appear. But in the reverse case, one will have vices which are negative emotions. However, the dominations of the intellect over the other faculties requires mental activities in the form of proper religious belief as well as bodily actions, which is mujahada and riyaza, or social interactions, which is in the form of good company and association with the Sufi masters. So the role of the social customs and interactions is further elaborated by the idea of original nature, which according to this Sufi text at birth is created as a clean and pure substance. Then after connection with the body in the world, it gets defiled due to the various influences, and according to Shah Waliullah are the wheels of the natural dispositions, social customs, and wrong belief. So conceptualized as mystical state and stages of the spiritual journey on the Sufi path, emotion in the Sufi context are described as related to the experience of the individual's spiritual journey to God. And this journey in the Sufi text had been described both as voluntarily or involuntarily. Because in the case of a voluntary journey, the Sufi described the journey as suluk. But if there is a involuntary journey towards God, that is, a person is attracted towards God by divine grace, that journey is described as jazb, from where we get the word majzub. So there is a group of Sufis who are described as majzub. So both the suluk or jazb dimension of the spiritual journey again locate emotions at the threshold between the voluntary and involuntary. So the Sufi method of purifying the soul through recollections, meditations, in which a Sufi adept is required to recite certain prayer formulas, reflects the cognitive view of emotions, as these practices require mental activity. However, as discussed above, the practice of recollections also involves physical actions and bodily movement which draw from the medical discourse that was in practice during the period of our study. So to conclude, the Sufi text during this period have conceptualized emotions from various perspectives. They derived emotion knowledge from various discourse on emotions and synthesized them to describe the akhlaq and the maqam under differentiated typologies and categories. So this presents a complex concept of emotions that can be understood if we look at the various discourses which they were drawing upon, as well as the belief systems they were adhering to. However, this differentiated categorization of emotions in the Sufi text help escape the problems of definition which are caused due to the disciplinary constraint, as they present a synthesis of various discourses and hence are not bound by the dichotomies such as nature or nurture, body and mind, inside and outside. A similar view has been expressed by Thomas Dixon in his study of the creations of the term emotion as an over-inclusive category for the study of emotions in the context of English language. So conceptualizing emotion in this way had its own impact on the discussions of the Sufi concept of love and various Sufi practices to cultivate this love, as well as the institutions of master-disciple relationship in the South Asian context. So at the end, these themes needs to be also studied from the perspective of emotions and how a specific emotion knowledge necessitated specific practices for the cultivations of certain emotions in the Sufi text and Sufi literature. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Rizvi, for your most illuminating lecture. I invite comments and questions from participants both on GMeet and YouTube. We do have a few questions from YouTube and I can address them now. The first one is from Shireen Sardar and she's asking, are there any differences or commonalities in the emotions of Sufism amongst the Sufis of India? Would you like me to repeat that, sir?
Yeah, can you please repeat it?
Yes. Shireen Sardar asks, are there any differences or commonalities in the emotions of Sufism among the Sufis of India?
Commonalities and differences among
the Sufis of India. Should be
yes, of course. Yeah, so that is what I was trying to present in my paper, that these Sufi scholars had different attitudes to emotions. And most of the time, these attitudes have been discussed by referring to the concept of either adherence to the Sharia or deviation from the Sharia. Okay, because each group, Sufi groups, tried to legitimize their practices and reject the others. But Sharia was the most convenient word to delegitimize the rival. But what I was trying to show here, that yes, of course, this was there, and it is very difficult to take Sharia as the yardstick to look at the various practices that were adopted by the followers of the different Sufi groups. But if we look at how emotions are cultivated, for example, the Sufis who brought their emotion knowledge from the medical traditions, like Sheikh Kalimullah Jahanabadi was doing. So he is very open to appropriate yogic practices also in performing zikr, because he says that certain bodily postures or positions are very helpful in producing heat within the heart, which is also will lead to arouse longing in the heart for the beloved. So yes, of course, the Sufis in India, they had different attitudes to certain emotions, and these attitudes were informed by the various discipline in which emotions are discussed. So philosophy, ilmun nafs, will have a different understanding of emotions, but medical knowledge, which is tip, which will have another attitudes toward emotions. So these different attitudes were informed by the different knowledge of emotions that they drew. Okay, so next questions.
We have
one
question from Dr. Vipannita Donde. She's asking,
yeah.
Where do emotions lie? What emotions are experienced and what produces felt emotions? And can you explain which methodology we can use for applying the history of emotions in our research? Should I repeat?
Yeah, that is clear because it is in the chat box, so I can read. Okay, so as I discuss in the introduction to the history of emotions, that there are two broader approaches to emotions. One is the cognitive one, according to which emotion lies in cognitions, which is a kind of a psychological process that is going on. Another one is the physiological one, which comes from the philosophers, Robert Salmons and William James and others. So they say that emotions are there in the physical bodily experience where we can identify emotions or we look at emotions. And the third approach is the social constructionist approach to emotions, which say that we have to look for emotions in the social norms, in the social attitudes or standards that a society set, both for expressing emotions and for learning and cultivating emotions. So now some scholars like Munich Shears, whom I quoted and who also drew from Bourdieu, and they say that it is very difficult to maintain the dichotomies of the physical and the mental, nature and nurture, and that is why they locate emotions at the threshold between the body and mind. Okay. And as I tried to show that in Zikr, the Sufis prescribe bodily movement as well as the mental or the mind dimensions of the Zikr or meditations. So they combine these two. So they again the Sufis locate emotions at at the threshold between the body and the mind. Okay, and this, so far as the emotions are as experience or what produces felt emotions. Yes, of course, it is a very good question and very difficult one as well, because in the Sufi context, most of the Sufis also warn the readers when the readers try to read their text. So there is a famous Arabic proverbs which says, "Al-muhabbatu halatun la yu'abbiru anha makalatun." The Sufi claim that divine love is a state. Words run short of words to describe what they felt or what they experience. But as they have prescribed different practices, and as they many times some of the Sufis, they have talked about their transformations. So we can say that these practices that they have prescribed for their followers, particularly zikr, meditations, music, as well as the social company of a perfect Sufi master. They use the word perfect. They say that these are the various practices that if a person participate in them, these practices slowly or gradually will produce an emotions. And here again, I translate emotions as moral virtue or vices, or a mystical state or experience. Yes, as so far as the third aspect of this question is concerned, so which methodology we can use for applying history of emotions in our research? So it is there that we will, the methodology that some of the scholars have proposed is that we can combine aspects or perspective from the cognitive approach as well as from the constructionist approach, which says that nature, emotions can be cultivated, emotion can be nurtured. So if we combine these two perspectives of looking at emotions, so we can have a proper history of emotions in our research areas. I hope this answers your questions.
Thank you, Professor. We have one more question.
Okay, thank you.
It's from Nasiruddin Mullah. He is asking, could you please say something about why Ursh is observed?
Urs?
Yes, should I repeat?
Yeah, I can explain it, but I have not focused on that one. Yes, of course, this is also one of the thing that the Sufis have explained. So Urs literally means marriage. Okay, but Urs is observes on the day of the death of a Sufi master, which is the death anniversary of a Sufi master, because in the popular perception, they say that the spirit, which is the ruh of the Sufis, have departed this material body and have ascended to a state where it is now either it in closeness to the divine, or according to another interpretation, either in communications with the divine. They use the word vesal. So they say the death is the bridge to communion with the divine, since the spirit now deserts the material human body. So it is a kind of a celebrating the meeting of the spirit with the divine. And since this happens on the date of the death of the Sufi masters, so many people celebrate Urs with that. But again, since it was, I didn't brought the Sufi Pir Murid tradition and the emotional dimension of the traditions, but some of the Sufi scholars like Khaja Mir Dard and others, so they have said that this spiritual journey to God should be performed under the guidance of a spiritual guide, and a disciples need to establish a strong emotional bond with the Sufi master. And this emotional attachment should not end with the death of the Sufi master, rather it should be continued there. So the disciples, they get together again to remember, and in popular perceptions, to offer certain prayers for the benefit of the deserted soul or deceased soul of the Sufi masters. So they project Urs as well, as a manifestations of their emotional bond with the Sufi master who is now dead. So that is why they observe the annual death anniversary of the Sufi master. But again, this practice is contested by among different groups within the Muslim community or Muslim society.
We have one question from Biplab Mondol. He's asking, should we conceptualize the practice of tasawwuf as an integral part of Sufism in medieval period?
So should we conceptualize the practice of tasawwuf as a part of Sufism in medieval period? I think the question is a little complex one. Okay, conceptualize the practice of tasawwuf as integral part of Sufism. So tasawwuf in Sufism, tasawwuf is the Arabic word for Sufism, what we call it Sufism. So yes, of course, there are various practices, and these practices can be described as an integral part of Sufism or tasawwuf. Okay, but yes, of course, since there were different Sufi groups, so these Sufi groups privilege different practices. So we cannot essentialize practices. So it depended upon the proclivities of the specific Sufi order, which privileged certain practices and left others. Okay, but there are certain practices, and these practices are in Sufism. For example, the rituals practices which each and every Muslims are required to perform, they are known as farais. So they are already there. But what the Sufis do, they suggest that in addition to the prescribed obligatory rituals of Islam, a person needs to cultivate or to participate in certain practices which will enhance his attachment with the divine, and these are there. And these practices are the zikr, muraqabah and fikr, and the company of the Sufi masters. And for some Sufi groups, for most of the Sufi groups, mystical audition or sama, and except the Naqshbandi Mujaddidi traditions, which does not privilege sama as a specific practice. So it depends upon the specific Sufi orders and see which practices are integral of that particular Sufi order.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. It's from Orkodev Banerjee. He's asking, sir, at the start of the lecture, you said about debate between Sufis and legalists and how Sufis were informed by the Platonic concept of eros. So how conversant were Sufis with the ideas of Greek philosophy, and did this have a regional variation?
Oh, sorry. So can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this question is that if we look at the exchange between the Perso-Arabic scholars and the Hellenic traditions, we see that from the Abbasid period onward, there was a massive translation movements from Greco-Roman or Indian or Persian languages into Arabic. Okay, and so it was there that through this translation movements, many scholars were already familiar with the Greek philosophical ideas from Aristotle to Plato and other philosophers. So these were known to them. And it is because of that Raymond Nicholson also talks about
I think Dr. Rizvi has got disconnected. We'll just wait a few minutes.
I think there is a problem with Sajjad's connection.
We'll wait for a few minutes for him to come back.
Yes, we can wait for a few minutes.
Yeah.
So Sajjad just called me. He has lost his connection and he's has some problem in reconnecting. So he's suggesting that we go ahead with the next talk.
Okay, thank you. Anisha, please take over.
Okay. Well, my sincere thanks go out to Dr. Rizvi for his presence today. With that, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our second speaker, Dr. Shambhuk Ghosh. Dr. Shambhuk Ghosh is a cultural and intellectual historian focusing on the history of institutions and court cultures of pre-modern South Asia. Presently, he is a postdoctoral fellow at Moturi Satyanarayan Center for Advanced Study in the Humanities and Social Sciences, Kriya University, Sri City. His research area comprises present-day Northeast India, Indo-Tibetan borderlands, and the Eastern Himalayan region. Dr. Ghosh received his PhD from the Department of Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African Studies at Columbia University and has previously trained in history and literature at the Center for Studies in Social Sciences, Calcutta. His doctoral thesis examines the political culture in the early modern Brahmaputra Valley and its neighboring regions that make up the present-day Assam, Manipur, Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura, and northeast reaches of West Bengal. He was awarded the Kumkum Chatterjee Memorial Award in Indian History and the Junior Research Fellowship by the American Institute of Indian Studies in 2019. Dr. Ghosh's most recent work includes Two Kings in the Tunkhungia Court, Love and Courtly Culture in the Early 18th Century Hindustan, published in the Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. He is also the founding editor of Pankshaw and is currently working on a monograph titled Formations of the King, the Practice of Political Culture in the Contact Zones of Hindustan, 1700 to 1850. Today, he will present the paper titled Translations of the Mughal in the Contact Zones of Hindustan, Cultural Semantics of Kingship between the Visual and the Performative. Once again, gentle reminder, each speaker will have an hour to present their paper, followed by a 20-minute question-answer session. With that, I hand over the proceedings to Dr. Ghosh.
Thank you, Anmesha, for that rather, very detailed introduction. I should add that I'm no more associated with Pangsao, but anyway, that's fine. Anyway, Devdut, is the screen share working? Okay, I think, yeah, now it's up. Thank you so much. So today what I will do is basically I will take you through one small chunk from my current book in progress. And I must add that, after Dr. Rizvi's brilliant talk, which was very theoretical, conceptual, mine is a little bit more, it goes in a slightly different direction. It is going to be more specific in that sense of the term. We're going to talk a lot about place as a concept, and also we're going to go through certain materials that I am working with in my current book. So let me start with the title of today's talk, Translations of the Mughal in the Contact Zones of Hindustan. It is very important to say this at the outset that what I'm presenting today is related to rethinking Mughal history from the perspective of borderlands. And I think this was proposed slightly in a different way several years back when Kumkum Chatterjee did similar work on Bishnupur. And although she tried to look at Mughal history from the perspective of Bengal. But in many ways, the two projects, what I do with this set of materials in my work and what Kumkumdi was doing is very much related in the sense that, it's an effort to rethink what the Mughal looks like. We know what the Mughal looks like from the court in Agra, Delhi, or for that matter, from Marwar, Kota. But what does it look like from the regions that were far-flung or that were not, very central to the imagination of Hindustan? And one of the interesting things to think here is to think of the way in which, early modern writers, like someone like Firishta, would, conceptualize Hindustan in Tariq-e-Firishta. If you were to look at Tariq-e-Firishta, you would see that the region that I'm dealing with, the region that I bring to you today, is very much absent in Tariq-e-Firishta. So then the question also becomes how to conceptualize the region that I am, talking about, or the question of place in 17th, 18th century histories of early modern South Asia. Devdut, can we have can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So the layout of today's talk is, firstly, the first things first, I will be taking you through what I mean when I say a contact zone, or rather, what I'm trying to do is situate Brahmaputra Valley as a location, as a place of contact between several empires, rather a region where empires clash and grapple. And through those encounters of friction, there is a local that is produced, and the local thereby rewrites the imperial. So what does the imperial look from a local perspective? You will find several reference to this throughout the talk. Now, the problems that I'm dealing with in this talk are, I've just kind of roughly divided them into two sections, one may call, or two problems. The first is, what is the Mughal from the borderlands of the contact zone? Something that I was already speaking about a minute back or so. And one of the things that one needs to keep in mind here is that the question of also not just what is the Mughal in terms of archive, in terms of the kind of histories that emerge, in terms of the genres that emerge from these courtly sites, from these intellectual networks in the borderlands and the contact zones, but also who were the Mughals in these contact zones? That's also a very important question, right? And how do we encounter them in the histories that emerge from these regions? For example, as I will be speaking a little later, what does Mir Jumla look like in histories that come to us from Brahmaputra Valley in Assamese? So a related problem, can the archive of the Mughal, or can the archive of Mughal Hindustan be rethought from the perspective of Assamese literary and visual sources? This is another important problem that I touch in my book and I bring to the foreground, is how can we use Assamese literary sources, or Assamese literature from late 17th, early 18th century to rethink the Mughal, and why should we do so? The first question that you would have in your mind is, why would you even do that? Now, just one example is, if you look at Assamese literature in around early 18th century, there are certain very interesting things that are happening. Firstly, of course, something like Brajavali, which is a literary art, register that was used to compose religious poems, religious quote unquote, in the monastic centers, comes to the court, and it then also undergoes very interesting changes in the court. And as someone like Alison Bush has shown us, the world of Braj was not just a world of Vaishnav monastic figures belonging to various groups spread across Hindustan, but it was very much a world of the Mughal court and Mughal courts in the multiple, right? And we are not just talking about Delhi or Agra here, but we are talking about, let's say, production of the Mughal in the multiple, therefore also courtly culture in the multiple, or in the plural for that matter. So that is an important thing here that is happening with Assamese literature, encounter with Braj, encounter with certain poetic styles. Most importantly, one thing that I will be talking about today is the head to toe or the shiknak, which any reader of Sanskrit poetry, Braj, would know, and I assume there are many readers of Salman Rushdie in this room, you would be familiar with it from Midnight's Children, which is a very interesting passage where, Rushdie reimagines that poetic style while he's talking about the beauty of the heroine. But that apart. Now, so in this talk, after I've presented the problem, which I have, touched upon, there is what I call a deep dive. I'll take you through examples. The first one is, of course, I will be talking about the heroine, the Tunkungia heroine, and we will look at how the Tunkungia heroine kind of is proximate to the Mughal heroine or is different from that. So we'll be dealing with particularly with Jharoka and the Naika or the heroine, or the Naika at the Jharoka, the heroine at the window. The other deep dive that I will be doing with you guys is I'll be bringing in front of you, reading with you, one other body of sources that come to us from early 18th century Brahmaputra Valley. These are courtly sources called the Ron Kakot. Now, Kakot literally refers to papers. Now, papers that were kept in the treasury of the king. This is a broad category that is generally referred to as Perakakot in the historiography, and refers to land registers, refers to registers that had details about people living within the territory of the Tunkungia kings. And also there are, these are, chronicle is a very, it's a rather broad term to introduce this type of literature, but it's basically accounts from the battlefield that were also kept in the king's court. Now, Ron Kakot is a term that comes up much later in historiography, so it's obviously a term that later historians use to describe these group of materials from the pre-modern Assam. So the question obviously becomes also one of what to categorize them as. They don't really have names as such. They are just Kakot. And so it's best to call them battle chronicles if one may, go for a term that covers what most of these materials stand for. And finally, I will be talking about why cultural history of early modern Brahmaputra Valley at all, right? I mean, why care about cultural history of this region in the early modern period when, and there is a reason why I say this, because if you look at the existing research on pre-modern Assam, you will see that, and for good reasons, a lot of most of the work has been done on economic history, and of course, to a large extent on what the Ahom state was. Now, both are, I mean, the Ahom itself, as a broad category is up for debate, as Yasmin Saikia's work proves, and she does that quite deftly, showing us that it's an unstable category that emerges from the practice of chronicles in the court of the kings, belonging to several lineages who trace their origin back to the Tai-Ahom migrations in early 13th century. And these chronicles were known as the Puranjis, or, quite literally translated as storehouse of information for the uninformed, right? So what I'm trying to get at here is, why do a cultural history at all? Now, Devdut, can we have the next slide? Thank you. So this is a map from Chatelin's Atlas historique nouvelle, Introduction à la Histoire, and there you see the reason why I have this map here is because if you look on the right, okay, a little, so try moving your vision up from Gulf du Bengala or the Bay of Bengal upwards, and as you go upwards you find Taddu Royan, and above that there is Gurgaon, and above Gurgaon there is Lhasa. So what's very interesting here is that not only we who are in the room, we think of this region as somewhere in the interstices between Southeast Asia, the Himalayan landscape, but also in early modern imagination of writers like Chatelin, who would write about Mughal Hindustan, produce maps on Mughal Hindustan. Gurgaon was very much something that is tied to the imagination of places, that is part of, let's call it the Eastern Himalayan landscape. So to give you a sense of, what is Gurgaon? Gurgaon is one of the capitals of the Tungkungia kings, and in the early 18th century, right? And the other was Rangpur, which around 1720s was almost completed, I would say, because it was begun around 1710, slightly earlier, yeah. But of course, it keeps on growing as kings and queens put in effort to build it as a city of pleasure. Now, this is important because, as you will see, that pleasure plays a very important role in the imagination of kingship, in the imagination and communication of authority in early 18th century Brahmaputra Valley. Devdut, can we go to the next? So this is another map from 1747 by Bowen. I have it here to give you a sense of what I mean by a contact zone. And as you can already see, this region, Assam, once again, follow the lead that I gave you while locating the region here. Not everyone might be acquainted with the region. I won't take that as a as something that everyone knows. So you will see that you have the Burmese empires, the Tungus at this point of time. Arakan is close by. Tungus are there. Ava, but also most importantly, you have the Rajputs, the Mughals, and everyone's passing through this landscape. And one of them, like we're talking about sources, we're talking about materials in this conference. So one of the interesting sources to look at how this region shapes up as a contact zone, going through several imaginations of, let's say, in the Mughal documents, you come across Uttarkul, Dokhinkul, but also Bhati. So very terms that emerge from ecological ideas of the place, and especially from, the movements of the river as such, and location of the place with respect to the river vis-a-vis, comes up again and again in Mughal chronicles, most importantly that of Mirza Nathan's Baharastan-e-Ghaibi. And there, one of the interesting things to note is how Nathan reimagines this space. The next slide, Devdut. Thank you. So just to give you a sense of where you are, because all of us use Google Maps, and this is the, like the best analog we can have. So the blue, line that you see is Brahmaputra emerges all the way from Tibet through Arunachal, what is today Arunachal Pradesh. Assam enters Bangladesh and empties itself into the Bay of Bengal. And we are talking about the fertile floodplains that lie on both sides of the river in mostly what is marked as Assam, but also its contiguous areas on the Google map, which is a 2023 reimagination of a very old geography. So you can also see, some kind of a perspective on how to imagine this space over time. Anyway, also interesting to note here is Chiang Mai, kind of very, look at the bottom, close to Laos, and then Yunnan, because most of the Thai migrations in the early 13th century happened from these two sites. One is Yunnan, the other is, of course, Lanna and Nan Chau in northern Thailand. And through Burma, the Patkai range of Burma, you have several Thai groups entering the region. Now, one important thing to remember here is that it is not one migration, it is several waves of migration that take place throughout the 13th and 14th centuries. And only from the 16th century, you have something of a consolidated presence of a polity that one can identify as Thai or Hong, quote unquote, right? Going back to the genealogy of the kings, going back to the mythical figure of Chukafa. Right. So can we go to the next slide, Devdut? Okay, so who are we talking about today? Because if you don't have a sense of the actors, you are lost. Anyway, the geography is not familiar to all of us. It's the first hurdle. If we've overcome that, now who's who in today's talk? We are talking about, first things first, the early 18th century. The materials that I will be dealing with or bringing in front of you today are all from the period between 1700 to 1737, roughly. And the actors in today's talk, first we have the Chautha or the Swargadev. Now these two terms are very important. Chautha is Tayohon, literally translates as the spirit of the sky, or one can say the king of heaven on earth. Now, as you can see, Swargadev is a related term, which is of a latter origin. And the Chautha was considered as an entity who existed between the this worldly and the otherworldly, right? The world of humans, non-humans, and the world of what Marshall Sahlins would call meta-persons. By the Bailums and the Deodhais, who were the priests of the Tayahom kings, for that matter. And when the Brahmins, and this is quite important, because in the early 18th century, what happens with the court of the Tungkhungia kings, who are Tayahom, belonging to the lineage known as Tungkhungia, because these kings come, or rather their lineage come from a place known as Tingkhong in Upper Assam. and what is today considered Upper Assam. So this court comes into contact with Vaishnav monastic centers that had already cemented itself, strengthened its network by the early 18th century in Brahmaputra Valley. And the movement started almost a century back with Shankardev, Srimanta Shankardev, the most famous, one of the most important personalities in the Bhakti movement in Eastern India. And so Shankarites or the Vaishnava monks of Brahmaputra Valley start visiting the court, and there is a traffic between courtly persons, monastic persons. And what emerges out of this is Brahmin presence in the Tunkungia court. And one of the interesting things that leads to is a reimagination of the Chaufa as what the Brahmins would call Swarganarayan Deva. Now, this is a term that only comes up in the Brahmin sources, right? And then what the Brahmins do is that they incorporate the Chaufa within a Puranic genealogy of kings. Now, what I keep saying a lot is that notice what is happening here. We talk a lot about how, British colonial officers rewrote histories of, this region and also far-flung regions, borderland regions, and thereby produced those regions in the colonial archive, right? As a borderland. What's happening is the Brahmins are rewriting, the history of the region, producing an idea of the place in their texts, and this is a pre-colonial practice. So that act of erasure is not just present in the colonial archive, but even in pre-colonial materials, there is an act of erasure that needs to be accounted for, because histories of places like the contact zone of Brahmaputra Valley were erased by Brahmanical sources that were produced from, now interesting, in collaboration with the court of the king. And there's also a history of rivalry within the court there between the Brahmins and the traditional priests. The other actor that we will look at or will come up in the sources that I will present in front of you is the King Elder. And now, very, very important, because you won't find the King Elder in any other history from any other region of South Asia at this point of time, or even earlier. Nothing that I know of. If you know of, you can tell me. I'll be very happy. So what happened at this point of time is that the Brahmins proposed that the chief queen or the consort of the king be elevated in the court as the Brihat Raja, a Sanskritic term, or Bor Raja, that I translate as King Elder, because I don't quite like the translation of a senior governor, because kingship is not just about governance. It is many other things, theology, philosophy, many other things. The queen, henceforth, let us use King Elder, because queen is not what the sources use. They always call her Bor Raja. She was thus given the umbrella of the king or the chhatra, and thereby installed in the court as the King Elder. Now, we have evidence of 3 such installations in the court. We have visual evidence, we have evidence through poetry, we have evidence from chronicles, but it's very interesting how contradictory they are. I talk about this in my work on 2 Kings, my article in my book in preparation. And I can talk more about this in the Q&A if there are any questions. But one thing to remember here is that the king elder and the king ruled as two kings in the Tungkungia court, right? They were not multiple in the sense that one and one makes up two, but they were connected in the sense that it was two, but imagined as one. It was a singular entity, right? And there's a lot of theology that is behind this imagination, but also something to remember here is that the Brahmins brought this into the court, and the same people were also play a very important role in introducing Advaita Samayan thought in the, or Tantric Samayan thought and Advaita knowledge in the Tungkungia court, that the evidence that we have from literary sources, right? The other actors, not so royal persons, not royal persons, but courtly, we will be looking at are Dilbar Dosai and Borligira, the Tungkungia painter masters, none of whom are Brahmins, but very importantly are very crucial figures in the court, because they play a very important role in the communication of authority. And one thing to remember here is that we have a very rich body of work on early modern India, for that matter, early modern South Asia by now. But what is still, I find there is a lot of work that needs to be done with respect to communication of, authority, or courtly communication of powerful authority, something in the lens, and I have in mind the work of someone like Fernando Buza, who works on medieval and early modern Spain and imagines communication through, different media that in the early modern period. And finally, we have Tungkungia court poets who play a very important role in the imagination of the king elder, because these are the people who write about the king elder in a sustained length. And the painters, also something to remember here is that the painters and the poets work together. Do not imagine them as working separately, right? Because that's not what happens. So the poets are also to remember Brahmins and monastic personalities, and they do move in and out between the court and the monasteries. Can we go to the next slide, Devdu? So the what I'm talking about today, primarily the sources we will be looking at, as you can recollect from the title, we will be shifting between the registers of the visual and the performative, right? And one thing to remember here is that, of course, there are other ways of looking at the performative that I do in my book from the perspective, from the references to the performative in Chronicles. And by that, I talk about musical performance, but also performance of festival in the court. But what's important is to look at how the visual also, how the performative is embedded in the visual, right? And how we can imagine the performative through the visual. So what you see in front of you on the screen are two reproductions, because these manuscripts are extremely old, particularly this one, and taking a, like a photograph of it is also kind of subjecting it to damage, which is why I prefer, the museum also asks you not to. But anyway, so this is from a latter publication of Hasti Vidyarnava, but if you look at the reproduction, what's very interesting here is how the court is being imagined, right? On the folio on top, you see the court of Chaufa Chukrungfa or Shorgodeo Shiboshingho, who's seated in the court, and you see the figure of Shiboshingho in the middle, right, in a darbar-like thing. And this keep this in mind, because this style recurs in most of the folios. What's important here to note is, one, you see the what are called the Shebok Shokol. Now the Assamese pronunciation would be Hebok Hokol. Let me just do that because that's more accurate. And they're basically the servants of the king, but here, like the court ministers who are in the king's court. And in front of them, you have three figures: the three kings, because there are three here, who are described as Dhir and Gambhir, or rather calm, composed, and also knowledgeable. A very typical way of talking about noble people in the court, or courtly elites, let's say. Now, what's interesting is the imagination of the court as a place of congregation, something that, if we remember the work of Alaman Subramaniam, Mughal court, very, very, very similar to that. You have the Jesuits, you have the Rajputs, you have several others. It's like a congress of empires in the Mughal court and intellectuals, right? Now, what you see in the next slide, and the reason why I was going through a point that everyone knows here, is that something very different is happening here. Because what you have in this folio is the court as, once again, an assembly of, let's say, imagine a large courtyard, sort of a place of gathering rather than intellectual congregation of intellectuals, where you have the women, the ladies of the kingdom, who come to talk, right? To gather. And who are they talking about? Why do they come here to talk, right? They come here to talk about the queen, the king elder, who you can see at the window, right? This is a recurrent style that comes up in all the manuscripts. Can we go to the next one, Devdu? And you can see that, if you remember, just keep in mind the earlier ones, the queen is at the window, right? Which is a jharoka-like thing in these manuscripts. Now, there are several things to note here. First is, you do not find jharoka in the architecture, the Tunkhungia architecture as such, from the evidence that has remained to us, right? There is, if you look at if you look at these sites, you will see none of these sites have something like a jharoka, which you have in Rajput architecture and Mughal architecture. But the jharoka comes up again and again in a manuscript like the Hasti Vidyarnava. It is not just these two folios, but several folios where you have the heroine at the window, either looking at a wrestling match or looking at enjoying a musical performance, or studying elephants along with the king. We have all sorts of scenes that are depicted of the court in this manuscript, which is otherwise on elephants. It's a manuscript on the knowledge of elephants, right? Hasti Vidya Arnava, right? The compendium of Hasti Vidya, or knowledge of elephants. Now, what's crucial to remember here is that the queen at the window is, as I call, a Tunkhungia, let's say, style. Now, how is this Tungkungia? What is unique to it? One thing that you will see, and the work of Dick Eaton, or for that matter, Ebcock, who have written on the uses of the Jharoka, right? The Mughal uses of the Jharoka. Ebcock has a famous essay by the same title. Dick Eaton also writes about this. And most recently, Abhishek Keykar has spoken about this in his work. Catherine Asher writes about the Jharoka. Asher also talks about the regional style that you see of the Jharoka, right? One is something like the Bangla roof, which is very interesting because the Tungkungia palaces do have something of that sort, like the Bangla roof, not the Jharoka thing. But what is interesting here to note is in those uses of the Jharoka, you have the Mughal royalties, for example, the kings presenting themselves at the Jharoka, right? So it's as Dick Eaton says, darshan, right? A way of communicating with the larger crowd who congregate there to see the king in the court, right? What's interesting in these manuscripts is that the queens, if one were to I don't have a blow up now, but the blow up, if you were to look at it, you would see that the queen's face is not directed at the crowd or the people congregated in the courts, in none of the folios, nor are the peoples, mostly directed to the queen. What is interesting is that there are several actions going on here, and the queen's face is turned away from the court. One of the ways in which one can read the Jharoka in these folios is the way painters like Dilbar and Dosai, who paint these folios of the manuscript of Hasti Vidyarnava, kind of upend the Jharoka, in the sense that its purpose is not so much for the court to adore the queen and to communicate that, right? But its purpose is to present the king elder, right? I keep switching between those two quotes. Anyway, its purpose is to present the king elder to the audience who are looking at these manuscripts. This is the folios. This is a very important point because it also tells us that there was a particular way in which these folios were used in the court, as the text would be read out and the folios would be shown in the court. So it was a particular way of, presenting the king elder as an embellished figure, as a naika or a heroine. And what do I mean by a heroine or a naika? Now here one has to keep in mind that she, in these texts, be it the painted text or the poetry, the heroine becomes a heroine through acquiring certain qualities, and they are qualities related to the form as much as it is related to other, non-tangible things as being knowledgeable and, rather learned and devoted to the king or the lover, etc., etc. But the more interesting ones are the qualities of the form, and that's where the poets become very important, because the accompanying poetry describes the queen from head to toe, right? A very typical Shiknak description where the forehead would be described to that of the moon, the face would be rounded, of course, most cases, Suchandabadini, once again, whose face is beautiful like the moon. Bito Panapina Sunny, whose breasts are firm and beautiful. And it goes on and on. It's till the toes. Or, teeth would be compared to the pomegranate fruits, and so on and so forth. What is interesting is that the poets do this, but the work is carried on by the painters as well when they reproduce the queen in their painterly imagination, right, in the iconography. So you do see how painting is not just about painting, but there's also a grammar to it. There is something that the painters are relying on in producing these images of the king elder, or the Brihat Raja for that matter. So the other important thing to note here is that art historians like R. Dasgupta, or for that matter, Jeremiah Losty, who depends a lot on Dasgupta, continuously talk about how there's no reference of the queens presenting themselves in the court. Dasgupta does say that the queens sometimes did present themselves in the court, but it was not that straightforward. This is what I'm trying to say. What we see in the Tungkhungia court is that we have both kinds of evidence. The king elder comes to the court regularly, sits with the courtiers to be adored, to be presented, in front of the court. But also, importantly, what is something to be taken into account is, and I'll come to that painting if we have time, is the king elder also appears in the court veiled. So there are also evidence of the king elder in the court with a thin veil covering her face. So what I'm trying to then get at is that not only the imagination of the court as a space was multiple, was continuously reworked by the painters, the poets, the chroniclers, but also, we do not have a very, a stable idea of what the king elder or the king was doing in the court, for that matter. We have several iterations of that. Let's put it this way. We have several iterations of the court as a space that emerges from these kinds of sources. And the indication that I'm trying to make here is a kind of reading that allows us to go ahead with that interpretation, right? And methodologically speaking, I see my work as reinforcing the interaction between the embodied text and the body of the text, for that matter, right? So not just what is written in the text, right, which constitutes the body of the text, or what is painted, right, poetry in conversation with painting, but also the text itself, right, the materialities of the text, the folio as such, right, what you can do in that space and what you are doing there, right, the signs that are produced in that space, and what do these signs then lead to, the kind of meaning that these signs point to, right? So and this is not something that I'm trying out, but it's also something that art historians like Gina Kim is very deftly done with studies in Tibetan manuscripts and also Nepali scrolls from a similar period and also a period earlier than this, right? Can we go to the next slide? Okay, so I do have like, I think 15 minutes and then I'll stop. So what we see here once again is the court of the queen. Now, the reason that I have this here is because it gives you a good sense of what the court of the king elder looks like, right? Because this is a very different court from what we were seeing thus far, where you would have councils, where you would have visitors, ambassadors. You have nothing of that here. And this is a standard representation in another manuscript. What you have here, Devdut, can you go to the second one? Because there's a blow up there. Yes. What you have here, on the other hand, is members of the inner chamber of the queen. Also notice the difference in color here, you know, the way these figures are painted. Very important to notice. But going back to what I was saying, you have members of the inner chamber of the king elder who are surrounding her, right? Both men and women, who are introduced as dashi, you know, quote unquote servants of the king elder. But what is the king elder doing? Now, if you look at this painting very carefully, it's a remarkable work. What she's doing is she's looking at the prince. Literally, that is the action. Absolutely nothing else is happening. It's where she's adoring the prince in the court, and you see her in profile, and you have this gathering of the people from the inner chamber of the king elder, who are looking at the true figures who are engaged in that action. Now, what's crucial to identify here is the role of spectatorship, right? The role of the theatrical. And one of the things that I suggest happens with these paintings, this is just one amongst them, I will show another as well, and there are several, is that you have the use of the theatrical in order to communicate royal authority, kingly authority in the court. So the performative then becomes a way of communication of royal power. The king elder, for that matter, are to be adored because of their qualities as the hero and the heroine. So that becomes, in many ways, one of the primary ideas to think through kingship at this point of time, something that the poets will, write about in their poetry, right? We can talk about the details in the Q&A if anyone's interested. Can we go to the next slide, David? So this is another instance from the manuscript that I was talking about earlier, Dharma Puran. I'm not going to talk about it right now, different conversation altogether. But what's interesting here, and the poetry, of course, in the earlier one was a shiknak. Here it is also, or a head to toe. Here it is also a poetry on the qualities of the king, right? If you want, I can read it for you in the Q&A. Can we go to the blow up on the next one, Devdu? Yes, what is interesting here to note is once again this stress on viewing in the court, right? Look at the figure who is, farthest to the king, so to speak. their eyes are directed straight to the king, who is receiving the folio. Now, interesting thing here, the folio you have is basically a reproduction, where basically a reproduction. Could you please type the questions after I'm done, because I get a little bit distracted, but thank you. That shows you're interested. Thanks a lot. The folio is a reproduction of this painting in itself. So it's a painting within a painting, right? And what's interesting here is the crucial importance of viewing in the court, viewing as an action. And I say this in the present continuous, right? Because that is what, it's a continuous action. It's an action that is repeated over and over again in the space of the court, and thereby royal power is inscribed through the act of communication, through the act of viewing. It is communicated to the court at large. I can go on and on about this figure, the face and all of that, but in want of time, let us move. Devdut. So we have inscriptions that several, this is just an illustrative account where we have detailed description of the role of the king elder, and the general in charge of the frontier regions. So a fragmented sovereignty, I can talk about that, but this is just to tell you that the king elder also comes up in other kinds of sources mentioned as the king elder. Can we move, Debu? We have coins that also talk about the king elder as Begum Shah, and these coins say that they were minted from Gorgaon and Rangpur. This one from Gorgaon by the Hukum Begum Shah Pramatheshwari. Pramatheshwari is the first king elder, or the Begum Shah. Can we move forward? Yes. So they would go to the blow up in the next one. Yeah, fantastic. So this in many ways is like, I find this as one of the most spectacular descriptions of what I call Shringara in action, right? Or for that matter, love in action being played out in the Tungkungia court. From the hands of the king elder being painted, with lac, to her attire, her posture, the king, the onlookers, the spectators, the quote unquote servants, everything is straight out of a performance that is happening here. Bonnet, who came across this manuscript in 1933, that's the only account we have of this particular painting, because Lofty does not focus on this, neither does Granoff much later, is that Bonnet says these, the royals are having a conversation. I disagree. That is not what is happening here. This is a very layered, action that is happening. Because look, you have a prince who appears in most of these paintings along with the king elder. What is happening here is, there are several things. Now, if you look at the poetry, you will see how the king and the queen, who are referred to as Duojona, or the two king, are imagined as a singular entity who are bonded by love with one another, right? You have evidence from the court at this point of time of compositions, or rather translations of Kalidasa's Kumara Sambhavam in reimaginations of that in Assamese literary work. In many ways, there is a reflection of that in these especially here, where you do have, you can imagine, an earthly court of, the heavenly figures of Kumarasambhava, Shiva, Parvati, and Skanda. The same thing could be reproduced here. But for me, once again, what is very, very crucial here is to acknowledge the fact that spectatorship has a tremendously important role in this court. It is not just something that we as readers can bring into the text, but it is something that emerges from within the text, right? And it allows us, almost like a rupture, to enter the text and read it differently, right? To see how this court reimagined the purposes of viewing, reimagined the purposes of the act of adoring in the court. Something that is very central to imaginations of love. If one were to write a history of love that one would reconstruct from these sources, this act of viewing would be very, very crucial, right? So another thing to notice here is also a setup, right? A stage setup. You can see the drop-down curtains at the back, which in fact, the figure who is most likely holding onto a string is holding to. And the iconography is something that I will talk about and in very briefly is distinctly Mughal here, right? You have, now this is a Mughal that needs to be understood in its vernacular specificity, I would say. The Mughal that is produced in the contact zones, in contact with older forms of practices, right? So this is what Molly Aitken would call a juxtaposition of styles. So you have the Mughal style, you have the styles that are coming in from Nepali paintings, you have the folio layout is very distinctly reminiscent of Pala picture books that Gina Kim talks about. And also the Chaura Panchashika style that one can notice in the painting of the faces. So there is a juxtaposition of style that is happening. In other words, Dilbar, Dosai, Borligira are bringing together several styles in their work, right? It's in many ways a cosmopolitan space, the space of the painted manuscript, where several influences come together. Can we go to the next slide? And very briefly, because I just have a few minutes. Now, the other kinds of sources that I was talking about earlier on, the manuscripts, the battle chronicles, right? This is from Ahmad Ramking or Zuddha, or the Battle of Ram Singh in Assam, which was fought between the soldiers of Ram Singh with the Mughal army led by Ram Singh Kachwaha and the Tungkhungia army. You do have the illustration of a Zuddha court here, but what is also called the Rangopal, very interestingly, Rangosthal rather, very interestingly. What is important to identify about these manuscripts is the way in which, as I was talking, Mir Jumla or figures like Ram Singh are spoken about. For example, there are uses of parody, something that is very important here. You have several short lyric poems written in these manuscripts that identify the physical features of Mir Jumla, right? So Mir Jumla is Majumkha in these narratives, and often they would say Khatakuta Najumkha, Mukhe Chapdari. So things like that, they are, kind of a jest, some kind of in a tone of jest, playful manner. There is a way in which they're engaging with imperial figures. Now, this is very important because if you are aware of the way in which theorists of the contact zone like Mary-Louise Saprat and others are talking about Andean texts from Mesoamerica, where they use the term, where reading those texts, Pratt uses the term contact zones. What's interesting is the way in which autoethnography works here, right? The way in which the local produces a version of itself by engaging with the imperial, right? So that is a very interesting thing that is going on in these texts. Finally, just to wrap up, is why, as I said, why do cultural history? What does cultural history enable? One of the important things that a study of, and by that I don't just mean, study of cultural productions of the court, but also, or of the monasteries, but also analytical account of networks that sustained these materials, that made these materials, production of them possible, is the fact that things that won't be evident otherwise. For example, even today, as you listen to me or as I speak or as we will discuss, what is a dominant idea is that the Tumkungia, or pre-modern Assam for that matter, was separated from the rest of early modern South Asia. There was no contact as such. What's interesting to note is not just the Mughal existed, but the Mughal existed in multiple iterations through reconstructions. And this is a very not just through poetry, paintings, chronicles, we spoke about parody, but even for that matter, texts on taxation and revenue and battle chronicles. So this is in many ways something that makes us take cultural history, that should make us take cultural history seriously in studying pre-modern Rapat Trivedi. I would stop there and invite questions, and I hope there are a few. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, for your fascinating lecture. We do have a lot of questions. Currently, we will be addressing the ones from Devdut. His first question is, are we to assume that the functions of the king elder were more than simply performative?
Right. So thank you. It's a very, very interesting and important question. If you were to read the chronicles that were produced in the same court, you would find answers to your question. The king elder in these chronicles are continuously referred to as a menace in the court, right? She is hot-headed. She is someone who gets the court into trouble. She is someone who antagonizes the Vaishnav monks, and thereby, creates troubles for the future. So much so that some latter chronicles blame her for the peasant rebellions that would literally shake the basis of this polity. Now, what are we to make of that is an important question, because when you look at how the king elder is encoded in other texts, for example, the poetry, the paintings, you would see that none of this is what the poets, the painters are communicating. What's important to keep in mind here is be it the painters, be it the poets, be it the chroniclers, they're all male figures in the court. And they're talking about women in power, right, in the court. And this is a very interesting, this leads us to really interesting ways of looking at how women in power were imagined, right? So functions of the king elder, of course, if you look at the inscriptional records, you will see that she has signatory authority along with the king, and she also punishes the monks in the court, as the chroniclers tell us. But Devdutt, I think what is important to kind of think more deeply about is not just her function, but her role, in the sense that what she stood for, and that is a very that is, I think, more wide than mere function. Yeah, and I would, and I talk about this in my book to a certain extent. How women in power are imagined by men who are writing, painting, talking about them in the court. We have some great work from European history. Catherine Brown's work on Anne of Brittany is very, very instructive in this respect. He had another question. Okay, let me just read it. What was the pattern of mobility and interaction like between these courts? Yes. So there was, ambassadors who were sent from the court of the Tungkungia kings to the courts around them, Kachar, Jauntia, Tripura, and as far as the Kachwahas. So you do have accounts of that. We have, once again, we have a whole genre of literature that one could call the accounts of the ambassadors, or Kotoki Burunji. The ambassadors were called Kotokis. And they are basically reports that the ambassadors or the Kotokis write of these other courts, right? Yeah. Anvisha, should I go ahead reading the question?
Yes, definitely. I can read it for you as well.
No, it's fine. We'll save time, I think, that way. If you're fine, I can do that.
Definitely, please.
So is there an attempt to form a specific kind of culture for princes? Very interesting question. Unfortunately, what Munis does for Mughal Empire cannot be done for Tungkungia Empire. But we don't have such detailed account of princely education, but we do get a sense of how, let's say, ethical education worked, for that matter. Let's say the issue of violence, for that matter. And in the chronicles, you do get a sense of how princes or brothers are supposed to look at violence, for example. So the word the chronicles use is, of course, himsa. But what is interesting is how throughout these accounts there is an anxiety with respect to violence between brothers. So moral education, let me put it, not ethical, moral education kind of a thing, but not a specific culture for princes as such. As queen has a huge role, are Brahmins trying to form a certain sort of court culture through queens as their mothers do? Two kings could be an idea to dissolve the succession battle, is it? You are quite on point. It is in many ways, it comes it comes up in the chronicles like that it is in many ways proposed by the Brahmins as something that could dissolve the succession battle. But as I keep saying, the Brahmins are also reframing the king, right, through their act. Now, the way I would like to read this is that the Brahmins are trying to literally solidify their presence in the court through these activities, right? So the Bailongs already have an idea of the king as an in-between presence that they're writing about in the texts, Bailong texts on astrology. What I see as the Brahmins doing is proposing something that, that is not only new, but that stands by itself and counters the Bailong interpretation of the king. So all of this is produced in the, I would say, the backdrop of Bailong-Brahman rivalry in the court, right? Because as I show in my work, the Brahmins, despite such acrobatics, wasn't really like intellectual acrobatics, weren't really able to achieve much as such, because their power was limited in the court, and that has little to do with that. There are very complicated reasons for that, Was there any connection between the construction of the Queen's political identity as Borraja and structures of power sharing in broader political network of Tungkungia polity? Of course there was. I'll give you one small, example. Think of, because this is the same court that sent several emissaries to the temple complex of Jagannatha between 1720 and 1745. At least 3 royal, congregations went to the temple of Jagannath at this point of time. The Vaishnavas were tremendously, as you already know, they were in the court. They played a very important role in the imagination, political imagination of kingship, as it comes up from these texts. So in many ways, the triumvirate of the Swargadeo, the Borraja, and the Borpukun, the king elder, and the minister of the peripheries, also is something that is in many ways an analog of the triumvirate of a divinity that one comes across in the Jagannatha temple complex, because the queen is Bhavani in the court. She is, I can take you back to a slide where this is depicted beautifully. It is the court of Bhavani as much as it's the court of the queen. So it's Shakti. She is Shakti there. Could you please comment something on the dress of the spectators? Yes, of course. The dress of the spectators are quite different from the Hastividyarnava murals. Absolutely. Not murals, they are paintings. So the dress of the Hastividyarnava, so in Hastividyarnava you had the nobility, basically kings from other regions, the Brahmins, but in the Dharma Purana, the spectators were the servants or das-dasis, the servants of the inner chambers, and ligiras, right, who are also people who serve in the court of the king. What's interesting to note is white. Now, white is a color, and the headdress, the white chador-like thing that you see, it comes up again and again in Vaishnav texts. For example, something like Bungshi Gopal Debar Charito or Ram Gopal or Sarito, all 18th century texts, you will see how they talk about white as the color of Vaishnavism, or as the color that Vaishnavas should adorn, because it's in many ways associated with something that is pure. One important thing to note here is that how that reinscribes Vaishnava presence in the court, and thereby the dress becomes very important. So I'm just talking about the dress of the ligiras, not the royal figures right now, because that's a different thing altogether. Do you think these texts are trying to portray a picture of fire? They are absolutely, you're right. And that is what the poets talk about. There is also, an elaborate description of ideal conjugality, but sex for that matter. There is a very detailed description of sex in many of these manuscripts. The act of sex, how proper sex should be performed, how it should kind of proceed, what to the extent of bites, scratches, marks, everything is discussed. So and also the figure of the devoted wife becomes a very important thing, the Kulastri also, because the Brahmanical texts, and these are Brahmanical texts, continuously speak about that. Dharma Puran does speak about that a lot. Yeah.
We do have time for a few more questions, so I would like to invite any questions from Gmeet or YouTube. While we're awaiting questions, would you like to talk more about segments from your presentation that you thought you would like elaborate in the question answer section?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, that would mean a lot of work because Devdut has to go back to the slide.
Okay.
But
I think we do have a question from Devdut only. Could you please read out a bit, if possible, from the Dharma Purana painting of the Ambika Devi?
Devdut, you have to do the work. Take me back. I will read. I will do what you want me to do. Take me back to the slide. Okay. So, can you go back to Ambika? So the Queen's Court. Yeah, keep going back. Yeah, earlier. Yeah, go to the one above this. So here. So this literally begins with Jayati Ambika Nam Tan Pateshwari, Tipam Rajar Mata Gunete Nahi Shori. Then Shirisho Kumkumo Shukumalo Kolebor, Poti Onushari Gauri Asa Avatori. Another very important, I was talking about Kumara Sambhava, right? So here you see how the reference to Gauri or Parvati, who is devoted to her husband Shiva, and this is a very specific reference, who is and here the queen, the king elder is imagined as an avatara of Gauri. Parama Sundari Roti Rambha Patantari, Horo Gauri Charanok Kamolo Madhukari. She's like the bee, the Madhukara, one who creates Madhu on the Kamala, the lotus at the feet of Hara and Gauri. Gajendra Gamani Dhani Charu Krishodari, Lalita Lavanya Lata Rupe Vidyadhari. This is actually very beautiful. As I say, like, listen to the sound, because that's another very important thing here, because it would not just be written, it would be read aloud in the court, right? Lalita Lavanya Leela Rupe Vidyadhari, Suchanda Vadani Bitopana Pina Stani, what I was referring to in the talk, Khanjana Ganjana Gana Ranjana Nayani, Sumadhura Hasini Parama Vilasini, Upasaka Sakalara Klesha Vinasini, Navina Jaubana Kunda Sundara Dashani, talking about her chief here. Baghala Jaghani Chitra Vichitra Ramani, right? So she is like a painted, she's like the painted picture of the beautiful ladies, the Ramanis who please, right? So this is a very, once again, it goes on and on like this. Domboru Konkali Charu Tilaka Kapali. So it's a particular kind of poetry which is very standardized in the sense the not just the meter, but also the image is something that is very standardized. There's a grammar that one follows, comes straight from Alankara Shastra, descriptions of the Nayika, but also, then the Shiknak, which through Braj enters Assamese poetry, Brajavali. So another important thing to note here is the fact that these instances from the manuscripts are also moments that allows us to see the expanding world of the Tunkumbia court. This is not just one poet's fancy, but it is a practice. It is something that the poet is engaging because they are speaking to a larger network of literary practice that is at work at this point. Similar poetry exists from the kings. It's not just the poets who are composing this poetry. The kings themselves are also writing the poetry. Now, it is difficult for us to kind of identify each and every poetry as written by the king as such, but the signature verses tell that they are of the king, even if it is not written by the king, even if it is written by the court poet in the name of the king. What is interesting to note is the fact that it is considered a practice of the royal nobility, an elite practice, which talks about a particular kind of self-making of the king. This is something that Kumkumdi has written about in her work, but also something Alison Bush shows in her work on Braj poets in the Mughal court, but also kings who are then coming in contact with that poetry. So kingship, the self-making of the king then is a lot more than just being military, the military self-making, a conqueror, but also a connoisseur, a Rasika, the Rasika Raja, so to speak, for that matter, right?
I would like to extend my thanks to Dr. Ghosh once again for his presence today and for presenting such a fascinating talk. Before heading into the second subsection of our workshop, we will take a short break and resume at 1:50 p.m. Thank you to all the speakers and participants, and see you all very soon.
Devdut, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Devdut, have you got Dr. Ghosh's PPT presentation? Have you checked your mail?
Yes, ma'am, I have received it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ma'am, should we wait for a few more minutes or can we resume?
It started too, but Devdut, please kind of project the session title.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, Anisha, please start the session.
Welcome back to the medieval and early modern section of our week-long workshop on studying history, perspectives and sources. We will now begin the second section or sub-theme on the varieties of sources. Our third speaker for the day is Dr. Rajarshi Ghosh. Dr. Rajarshi Ghosh is Assistant Professor in History at the Center for Studies in Social Sciences, Calcutta. Dr. Ghosh specializes in the history of medieval and modern South Asia, the political and cultural history of Islam, intellectual history, and economic history. He attained a PhD with distinction at the Department of South Asian Languages and Civilization and the Department of History at the University of Chicago. His doctoral dissertation is titled Politics for Faith, Karamat Ali Jaunpuri and Islamic Revivalist Movements in British India, circa 1800 to 73. Dr. Ghosh has been the recipient of the Provost's Summer Fellowship at the University of Chicago and Chandranarayan Medal in MA in History from what was then the Presidency College. His works are published in the Journal of Colonialism and Colonial History, including Islamic Law and Imperial Space, British India as Domain and Home, circa 1803 to 1870. Ghosh has been instrumental in monitoring the compilation of the Endangered Archives Programme under the British Library London, which includes the digitization and cataloguing of notable Calcutta-based newspapers like Amritabajar Patrika and Juganta, alongside collections from several libraries based in the suburbs of West Bengal. Today, he is presenting his paper titled Polyglot Codes and Manuscript Cultures in Early Modern Bengal. Each speaker will have 1 hour to present their paper, followed by a 20-minute question-answer session. With that, I warmly welcome Dr. Ghosh.
Can we have the slides, please? Should I start? Okay. Okay, thank you so very much. I would like to begin this presentation by thanking esteemed colleagues at the Department of History, Jadavpur University, especially Professors Nupur Dasgupta, Tilottama Mukherjee, and Samarpita Mitro for extending me this invitation and providing me with this opportunity to share my work at this workshop. As you will notice, I have tweaked the title a bit. I'm going to share, so there is a methodological section in this paper which I've now added, which responds to the challenges and that the digital revolution throws up to paleography and codicology as allied disciplines of history writing. So with that, the research that I'm going to share today is part of ongoing work. Most of my conjectures at this stage are no more than provisional. There are many questions that I would like to think with you rather than provide definitive responses. The title of my talk this afternoon is Studying Polyglot Codes and Manuscript Cultures of Early Modern Bengal in the Wake of the Digital Revolution. The paper has 2 sections. I begin with the discussion of what the existing literature on manuscript cultures of Bengal teaches us and why the field demands some urgent rethinking in the wake of the digital revolution. In the second half, I discuss polyglot, scholastic, and manuscript cultures in early modern Bengal codes and end with an extended discussion of some of my own findings on the potentates of Narayangarh, Mednipur during the 17th, 18th, and 19th century. My main contention in this paper is that access to manuscripts of early modern Bengal in their digital formats extends to the historian an opportunity to work towards a richer understanding of the period. Digitalization, I feel, enables the historian to study codices in their singularity, where each manuscript stands not only as a copy or a variant of a possible critical edition, but also as an object with a distinct history. This exercise helps the historian to reimagine her relationship with her objects of study, thereby engendering the possibility of newer ways of looking at the past. There is no dearth of scholarly literature on early modern manuscript cultures in Bengal and adjoining regions. Horoprasad Shastri, Dinesh Chandra Sen, Hakim Habibur Rahman Khan, Dinesh Chandra Bhattacharya, Surendranath Sen, Sukumar Sen, Jyotindra Mohan Bhattacharya, Panchanan Mondol, Tarapada Mukherjee, Rajatananda Dasgupta, Ahmad Sharif are some of the outstanding scholars who have made significant contributions to our understanding. A lot of this research, which started in the second half of the 19th century, was driven by an appeal of Bengali cultural nationalism. Indeed, Rabindranath's clarion call to the students, urging them to explore the countryside, collect manuscripts, transcribe oral traditions, and document religious beliefs and practices became a credo for many professional paleographers and folklorists. However, the strength of this body of literature remains in the fact that they help us to destabilize the very cultural and cartographical imaginaries on which the project of cultural nationalism was predicated. Thus, it is now common knowledge how pre-modern Bangla was written in multiple scripts, how Bangla texts traveled to and were produced in the courts of Bhaktapur in Nepal, Arakan, southern Assam, including the Dimasha courts and the courts of Kachar, Tripura and Manipur, or how the Bhutanese king used Bangla language to correspond with the Coach Bihar royals. On the other hand, we also know how fervently Sanskrit, Farsi, Arabic, Brojaboli, Oriya, and Awadhi, and later Hindu and Urdu were studied in medieval and early modern Bengal, and how courts in Bengal contributed to the efflorescence of this polyglot literary culture. Thanks to the scholarship of manuscripts, we also know quite a bit on the multiple calendars that were in vogue across the historical region of Bengal during the early modern period. Further, it is well known that some of the texts produced in Bengal were widely circulated across South Asia, and not only those related to Chaitanya Vaishnavism, but also texts on Sriti and Navvanaya. Again, this body of scholarship also yields significant information, mostly anecdotal though, on how texts traveled, what kinds of households became repositories of which kind of texts, what use were manuscripts put to other than pedagogical and literary, how some manuscripts came to acquire sacred status while others were put to sundry uses, including lighting the hearth. Finally, one also gets to know about the strategies that the collectors deployed to access the manuscripts, how privileges of caste and class were capitalized on, how boundaries of caste and religion were surmounted at times, and the nature of the relationship that the collectors came to have with their manuscripts. How dogged search for manuscripts were triggered at times by mania, turning collectors into suspicious misanthropes, which in fact was Jadunath Sarkar's diagnosis of Khuda Baksh's predicament in his old age. To push further, this opens up the possibility that at times it was the illness that preceded the search. Munshi Abdul Karim's testimony makes it quite clear that his too was a visceral relationship with manuscripts at some times. The engagement with manuscripts was an embodied pursuit. And it is thus imperative to understand what manuscriptology as a discipline did to its practitioners. The existing scholarship informs us about the materiality of manuscripts as they were produced in early modern Bengal, how palm leaves and tree barks were used as media, how paper came to dominate the scene, how Bengal's use of paper as medium for manuscript writing differed from Orissa's, how Islamicate manuscripts were designed differently from Sanskrit ones, and what kind of papers and inks were in vogue. It is only with keen attention to the material details of the manuscript as an object that one can understand how the disciplinary practice of manuscriptology evolved as an embodied pursuit, and the multiplicity of relationships that scholars came to have with manuscripts within the bounds of the discipline. It is here that we need to ask a set of new questions that the existing scholarship does not address. We primarily need to do this since the very conditions in which we engage with manuscripts have radically changed. And thus, one needs to explore bodily practices in manuscriptology to have been altered. And what consequences could that have epistemologically and ontologically? The shift that I'm referring to has primarily been brought about by digital technologies, the internet, and the online archives with varying legal status. What exactly is the nature of change when one accesses the digital images of a palm leaf manuscript of the early modern period instead of the folios in a repository or an archive? How does this radical shift in sensorium change the researcher and historian as a subjectivity? What kind of intimacy is lost in the absence of touch? Are some other kinds of intimacy enabled when touch is lacking? Touch, after all, is no mean principle. Entire societies over millennia have been organized around the valorization of touch. Manuscript communities were often like apartheid societies, with rules governing sharply who could touch what, who could own what. What happens then when images of the same manuscript float freely on the internet? I'm not arguing that digital platforms hosting such images are without hierarchies, or that they engender egalitarian communities. But they do make possible certain kinds of access and practices which were not there in the earlier manuscript communities. Digital communities around manuscripts too are hierarchized. But are the hierarchies that characterized earlier manuscript communities replicated in them, or new principles of discrimination and structuring are conjured to organize such digital communities? I feel these questions ought to be important methodological concerns for us. I lack the expertise, and I suppose it is too early to say whether the digital revolution will have as epistemologically profound an impact on history writing as the linguistic turn signposted by the publication of Hayden White's Metahistory in 1973 did. However, there are already out there some startling instances of what historians can do with digital tools. Can we have the next slide, please? Thank you very much. One such instance that immediately comes to mind is the digital reunification of the Mewar Ramayana manuscript by the British Library in collaboration with the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, the Baroda Museum and Picture Gallery, and a private collection in Mumbai. The illustrated manuscript, which you can see one of the illustrations from one of the folios here on the slide, and it is sourced from the British Library's website. The illustrated manuscript was originally prepared for Maharana Jagat Singh, the Rajput ruler of the Mewar kingdom in the middle of the 17th century, and it is considered a masterpiece of the Mewar Deccani style. According to the project website, most volumes of the manuscripts are now with the British Library. They were presented by Maharana Bhim Singh of Mewar to Colonel James Todd, who took it with himself to Britain in 1823. The other parts remained in India, held today in separate locations with institutions that collaborated with the British Library for the manuscript's digital reunification. Thus, the analog material, the volumes of the illustrated manuscript, is held in locations apart from each other, under separate regimes of ownership, copyright, and legal jurisdiction. What the reunification project has achieved is that it has brought the images sourced from all the separate locations together and presented them on the website as a singular entity, a simulacrum of the original manuscript. Since the project page on the website is open access, anybody with access to internet can legally use it, which would not have been the case if a facsimile reproduction of the manuscript would have been undertaken. How else can these digital tools help us? Let us begin with what appears to be a mundane example. Anybody who has some degree of experience in working with manuscripts in the repositories we have in Bengal now, I mean both West Bengal and Bangladesh, knows that manuscripts are often found tied up in bundles with folios of various texts mixed up. The usual scholarly and editorial practice is to disaggregate the bundles, isolate the folios belonging to a single text, and then arrange them serially. For several reasons, this is considered to be a valid and a useful practice. However, the particular history of how the folios from diverse texts came to be tied up in one single bundle is lost for good in the process. One can no longer reconstruct what circumstances led to the manuscripts of separate texts being tied up together. Use of digital tools can isolate the folios of a single text without disaggregating the bundle. Similarly, it can digitally preserve the bundle when the texts that were mixed up have been isolated. I will try to present another, perhaps more persuasive case. Even when we are trying to contextualize a pre-modern text, we are often inattentive to the question of form. We seldom question how deeply the ocular aesthetics of modernity, most significantly that of print technology, dominate our own cognitive and affective faculties. For example, as is well known, pre-colonial Bangla verses, when they were written in manuscripts, were not arranged in the way they are now presented in the standard printed form. Similarly, with the advent of print, the layout of the hashia, or the margins or the space for annotations in Arabic and Farsi texts, was often redesigned to conform to the practices prevalent in modern Western print cultures. In fact, it's not that Arabic, Farsi, or Bangla manuscript texts were being made to conform to the modular, so to say, the the modular page thrown up by conjured by print technology. In fact, medieval European manuscripts were one of the first casualties of the print revolution. And the way that footnotes, or so to say annotations or commentaries, were arranged in the medieval European manuscripts was radically altered when they came to be printed. Brinkley-Messick's The Calligraphic State, Textual Domination and History in a Muslim Society has a thoughtful account of how significant the Hashia in its pre-print form, laid out often as a circle around the main text, is to Arabic texts. If manuscripts were made accessible in their digital form, it will help us to be wary of our own ocular prejudices and become more sensitized to the graphic qualities intrinsic to pre-modern manuscripts. The medievalist John Dagenais thus alerts us in his essay Decolonizing the Medieval Page of the danger, I quote, that we may bid farewell forever to the medieval page without ever having known it in all its variety, thus effectively erasing numerous potentially innovative models for the representation of thought. Historians are, of course, well within their rights to refuse to use such digital tools or question the utility of such endeavors. Yet, the way the discipline is being defunded across the world, historians as a community have hardly any choice in the matter. The New York Times' report, As Historians Gather No Truce in the History Wars, dated 8 January 2023, noted a widespread dismay in the annual meeting of the American Historical Association that the field was, I quote, in contraction, if not collapse. Jane Kamensky, a historian at Harvard, demanded at the meeting that the historians, I quote her, need to talk about money. She continued that Ford and Mellon have gotten out of the history business. If support isn't going to come from there, it certainly isn't going to come from the state legislatures. Thus, it looks like internet-based collaboration with efficient use of open source digital technology will increasingly become the norm of the discipline in a country like ours, where we have to make do with much less resources. This possibility perforce makes it necessary to examine the broader methodological problems that are at stake, including the predicament of the historian as she increasingly shifts evidence in its digital form. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, so this is the, I should have shown this earlier. This is the screenshot of the Mewar Ramayana Digital Reunification Project on the British Library's website, and one can access it from here. It has a write-ups on who the copyright belongs to, what is the history of how the manuscript came to be disaggregated in the first place, and so on. Can I have the next slide, please? Thanks, Ruth. As one tries to grapple with the problem of the historian's embodied presence in the physical analog archive, one is particularly reminded of Caroline Stidman's influential intervention in her Dust, the Archive and Cultural History. In clear distinction to Jacques Derrida's position in his Archive Fever, Stidman talks about a quotidian and more mundane form of archive fever that historians are prone to catch in the course of archival research. For the fever let The precursor fever usually starts at the end of the penultimate day in the record office. Either you must leave tomorrow, train times, journeys planned, a life elsewhere, or the record office will shut for the weekend. And it's expensive being in the archive, as your credit card clocks up the price of the room, the restaurant meals. Leaving is the only way to stop spending. You know you will not finish, that there will be some things left unread, unnoted, untranscribed. You're not anxious about the great unfinished. You know perfectly well that the infinite heaps of things they recorded, the notes and traces that these people left behind, constitute practically nothing at all. There is the great, brown, slow-moving, strandless river of everything. And then there is this tiny flotsam that has ended up in the record office you're at work in. Your anxiety is more precise and more prosaic. Stedman also studies the 19th century evolution of anthrax infection as a disease. She argues that it had come to be an occupational hazard that accompanied archival research and history writing in Western Europe. Stedman takes up the cases of Jules Michelet, the celebrated French historian who had hoped to resuscitate the dead through his histories. But Stedman goes on to say, it cannot be determined whether it is the manuscripts of the dead. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you very much. It cannot be determined whether it is the manuscript of the dead or both who come to life and take shape and form. But we can be clearer than Michelet could be about exactly what it was that he breathed in. The dust of the workers who made the papers and the parchments. So Michelet started working in the archives sometime in the early 1830s, right? So, and he said those were the catacombs of manuscripts. And Stedman says that Michelet hoped that he would breathe the past in by his physical presence in the catacombs of manuscripts. But instead, Stedman says that what he was breathing in was a occupational hazard of anthrax infection. The dust of workers who made the papers and parchments, the dust of animals who provided the skin of the leather bindings. He inhaled the byproduct of all the filthy trades that have, by circuitous routes, deposited their end products in the archives. We are forced to consider whether it was not life that he breathed into the souls who had suffered so long ago and who were smothered now in the past, but death that he took into himself with each lungful of dust. I honestly do not think that the proliferation of online digital repositories will put an end to the anxieties and hazards that Stedman talks about here. The historian's anxieties over access to evidence will remain in one form or the other. For the internet itself is characterized by a deeply unequal and unstable surface, where repositories often disappear without a trace. It is quite clear that paywalls, state censorship, surveillance by other agencies, and internet shutdowns will endure well into the future. On the other hand, can the digital representation of the past, which is so ubiquitous now in video games and other animations, incubate what Frank Ankerschmidt called historical experience in reference to historians like Burkhardt and Huizinga? All I can say, one of my colleagues who works on video games just told me that there's now a video game on the Pala Empire, and it has come out of Western Europe, and And it is incredible the amount of the attention to detail that they put in while developing such digital objects. So all I can say is that one can see that new languages of effective engagements are emerging around the digital interface, much like the apotheosis that Ramanand Sagar's Ramayana would make happen on television screens across India every Sunday during 1987-1998. The painstaking researches of Professor Abdul Karim, Shukumoy Mukhopadhyay, Kumkum Chatterjee, Devnarayan Bandopadhyay have provided us with learned accounts of how early modern courts in Bengal and adjoining regions became sites of Bangla literary production. Munshi Abdul Karim and Enamul Haq's pioneering work on Bangla literature in the Arakan court has been followed by Abdul Samad on the Bardhaman court, Ranjit Dev, Binoy Bormon, Shapon Rai, Deepak Kumar Rai, Bimolendu Dam, and Nipendranath Pal on the Coach Bihar court, Shishir Kumar Singho on Tripura, J.B. Bhattacharya's researches on the Manipur court, production of Bangla literary texts in the Manipur court, Mohit Rai, Joel Boddo, and Tanmoy Mitro on the Nodia court, Tarapada Bosu and Shukumar Maiti on the court of the Pathan kings of Birbhum, Chitra Dev on Vishnupur, Kalpana Bhomik on Hulua, and finally Padmanath Bhattacharya Vidya Binod and Amalendu Bhattacharya on the Herembu court in Kachar, southern Assam. Scholars such as Vishnupada Panda, Shukumar Maiti, Shamal Bera have written extensively on pre-colonial manuscript and Bangla literary culture in Mednipur. However, their works have not focused on the literary production in the courts of the region. The courtly manuscript from early modern Midnapur that has been most commented on is the 18th century illustrated codex of the Ramacharitra of Tulsidas. This particular manuscript of Tulsidas's magnum opus was produced for Rani Janaki of Mahishadar, but was discovered by the Calcutta University Curator of Museums in a Vaishnava monastic establishment in Shadhok Park in Murshidabad. Historically, Mednipur was a contact zone between Orissa and Bengal, and the Maratha military campaigns in the 18th century led to political restructuring of the region. Mednipur is particularly interesting because it has a long tradition of writing Bangla in the Oriya script and writing Oriya in the Bangla script. So there is this entire a distinct literary culture there where Oriya texts, classic Oriya texts are printed in the Bangla, the standard Bangla script, and they have a very wide circulation. They had a very wide circulation until, say, the first decade of this century in the countryside of Midnapur, especially in the regions adjoining Orissa. As far as I have been able to find out, there is not much extant literature on the Narayangarh potentates of Western Mednipur, save Troilokanath Pal's History of the Dynasty, published in 1886. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is the genealogy of the Narayangarh potentates. And so, as I said, there is not much extant literature on the Narayangarh kings, except Troilokanath Pal's History of the Dynasty, published in 1886, Jogesh Chandra Bosu's Mednipurer Itihash, and Vishnupada Das's monograph titled Some Aspects of Socio-Economic Changes in Southwestern Frontier Bengal. since the introduction of Neo-Vaishnavism. So the Narayangarh potentates, the legend has it that they were initially deputies of the tribal Khaira kings of the Jungle Mahal. And Gandharbapal Sri Chandan, who was the founder of the dynasty, displaced the Khaira tribals and usurped the what came to be his estate and started this line of kings. So you can see Gandharbapal Sri Chandan was succeeded by his son Narayan Vallabh, who in fact founded their citadel Narayangarh. And it was Gandharbapal Sri Chandan was invested with this title Sri Chandan by, they came from a Shatgop caste family, and they also came to hold this hereditary title, the Sri Chandan, which was invested to Gandharbapal by the Gajapati king of Khurda. The Narayangarh potentates started off as deputies of the tribal Khaira kings of Jungle Mahal, from whom they had usurped the kingdom. The clan came to hold the conjoined hereditary title of Sri Chandana Mandi Sultan or Sri Chandana Mari Sultan. I'll come back to this a little later. The Narayangarh nobles dated their rule to 1283. And their founder, Gandharbapal, is said to have held lands from Narayangarh to the Bay of Bengal coast. This is also, this claim is also reproduced in the early settlement, 18th century, late 18th century settlement reports, which were put together in wake of the companies, in the wake of the transfer of Midnapur, Chittagong, Burdwan to the company. So we see that this claim of the Narayangarh potentates finds endorsement in that settlement report. And even though they came to be a very small estate in the region, it was widely acknowledged that the Narayangarh and the Karangarh kings were the oldest hereditary potentates of the Medinipur region. So the Narayangarh nobles dated their rule to 1283, and their founder Gandharbapal is said to have held the lands from Narayangarh to the Bay of Bengal coast. In the initial period, they ruled as autonomous chiefs until the Mughal colonization of the region. Gandharbapal belonged to the Shatgop caste. The Gajapati king of Khurda invested him with the hereditary title of Sri Chandana and anointed him with sandal paste offered to the tutelary deity of the kingdom, Lord Jagannath. Gandharbapal was succeeded in turn by Narayan Vallabh in 1296, Devi Vallabh in 1313. So Trailokapal claims that he had access to the genealogical history of the family. And no other scholar since Trailokapal's account was published in 1886. And it appears that the genealogical history since then has been lost. And even Jogesh Chandra Bosu does not refer to it or does not claim to have access to it. So the genealogical history by all means was perhaps lost sometime after Trailokanath Pal accessed it in late 19th century. Trailokanath Pal also claims that the original farman from the Mughal emperor Shah Jahan was with the family well into the late 19th century, and that one of his cohorts had seen the farman. But when Trailokanath Pal was writing his history, the farman was already lost. By the time the last major potentate of the dynasty, Prithvi Pallab, had lost most part of his estates to the Laha banyans from Calcutta. And the legend has it that when Prithvi Vallabh had revenue areas to meet and he had to pawn his estate to raise money, he had to also pledge the original farman with the Lahas. So the Lahas came to occupy, even what was the traditional seat of the Narayangarh kings, the Narayangarh fort. So they came to occupy it in late 19th century itself. So Prithvi Vallabh's widow was still around when the Lahas came to occupy the fort, and Lahas actually gave her some space within the enclosure so that she could live her last days without being displaced entirely. So Devi Vallabh was succeeded by Hriday Vallabh, who reigned from 1329 to 47, followed by Bhavani Vallabh, Bhrigu, Jagannath Vallabh, Shikhar Vallabh, Sham Vallabh, Bongshi Vallabh, Madhusudhan, Parikshit, Raj Vallabh and Krishna Vallabh, and finally Jagat Vallabh and Prithvi Vallabh. So Troilokanath Pal repeatedly mentions that the family practiced primogeniture, and thus there was so that they could avoid sub-infeudation of the estate. But other historians such as Vishnupada Dash mention that in the 18th century itself, other members of the family called another member of the family who's not listed as one of the reigning potentates, or the called Balaram Vallabh. He had already lost parts of the estate to another emerging Jotdar families of Midnapur. So, and Parikshit Vallabh is basically is a time. So Parikshit Vallabh's reign actually witnesses the East India Company's colonization of Midnapur, and Parikshit Vallabh very astutely extends military assistance to the company in its campaign against the Maratha incursions. And the company, in acknowledgement of his assistance, they actually returned him one of the estates that he had lost because of not being able to meet revenue areas. So the family had provided military service to both the Mughal and the British overlords. H.V. Bailey, in his Memoranda of Midnapur, noted that while the family's hereditary title of Sri Chandana was bestowed by the kings of Khurda, the other title, Mari Sultan, had been an honor from the Nawabs of Bengal. According to Bailey, who was sometime collector of Midnapur, the title Mari Sultan denoted Lord of the Road, because the Nawab was traveling on the road that went through the fortress of Narayangarh when the Narayangarh Raja surprised the Nawab by building another road for his use overnight. So one of the important facets of the Narayangarh kingdom that both Tarapada Chhatra and Troilokanath Pal, so Tarapada Chhatra in the footsteps of Troilokanath Pal, emphasized is that the Narayangarh kings claimed to have strategic control over the road that connected Orissa, early modern Orissa, with Bengal. So the claim was that that was the only road that was accessible, and they held strategic control over it. And that road, if you will, recall, it is the road that was very important commercially, as well as for military campaigns between Bengal and Orissa, as well as it was a vital route of pilgrimage. A lot of people from northern India and Bengal would be going through Puri, and they would be using that road. And when in their heydays, the Narayanagar kings, they made it a point to, so their tutelary deity was the Brahmani Devi, the goddess Brahmani, and they would make travelers pay to make offerings at her shrine before they could access the road to Puri, before they could travel further towards Puri. So this was kind of an acknowledgement of the strategic control that the Narayanagar kings had over that particular road. So you make offerings to my tutelary deity before you can travel further to Puri, or to southern India for that matter. However, so Bailey claimed that the title Mari Sultan was invested by the Nawab of Bengal. However, Troilokanath Pal, who had access, it seems, to the genealogical history and other papers of the family, claims that it was the Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan who had invested Sham Vallabh Pal Srichandan with the title of Mari Sultan or Mare Sultan. Prince Khurram at that time had rebelled against his father, the Emperor Jahangir, and on his way into Bengal from Orissa, he happened to cross Narayanagar. So Narayanagar, apart from having their strategic control over the road, they, right from the period of Gandharbopal, they built very elaborate fortifications around the Narayanagar citadel. And according to Troilokanath Pal, it was virtually impregnable. And so when Shah Jahan, so this is the legend that Troilokanath Pal passes on to us, is that Shah Jahan had rebelled against Jahangir and he had fled to southern India. And when he was on his way back through Orissa to Bengal, Sham Vallabh Pal, he blocked the roads as well as put up a strong resistance from the fort of Narayanagar so that Shah Jahan couldn't travel further. Shah Jahan apparently used his elephants, apparently used his battle rams, but couldn't break down the fortifications of the Narayanagar king. So when Shah Jahan was, what Troilokanath Pal said, that Shah Jahan was, of course, a very enlightened and a Hindu-loving king, and Sham Vallabh Pal was basically putting up the resistance as a subterfuge. What he was trying to do was actually impress Shah Jahan with his capacity of resistance, his capacity of the capacity of his military fortifications to withhold anybody from coming into Bengal. So Prince Khurram at that time had rebelled against his father, the Emperor Jahangir, and on his way into Bengal from Orissa, he happened to cross Narayanagar. Troilokanath claims that Sham Vallabh took the opportunity to impress upon the future emperor the strategic value of Narayanagar fortifications to watch over the only road that connected Bengal to Orissa, Deccan, and Maharashtra. It seems from Troilokanath's narrative that Sham Vallabh had anticipated the possibility of a Maratha invasion of Mughal territories, and Prince Khurram was impressed with the military vigilance that the Narayanagar kings kept up on behalf of the Mughal emperor. So Troilokanath Pal says that, Sham Vallabh had, the Marathas are the villain of the Troilokanath's narrative and Shah Jahan is like the hero. So Troilokanath Pal says that Sham Vallabh had already anticipated that one day or the others, the Marathas are going to ransack the imperial territories. And he impressed upon Shah Jahan the his own capacity to fend off the Marathas. Upon his accession to the throne, Shah Jahan invested Shambhala with the title of Mari Sultan in 1628. However, Troilokanath himself had not seen the imperial farman, but one of his friends had. During the colonial period, the family actively helped the East India Company to fight off the Marathas, but over time started losing the Zamindari territories. In Troilokanath Pal's narrative, Prithvi Pallava figures as the talented yet debauched king who lost much of the estate to the Lahas of Calcutta and quickened the tragic end of the family's power. As documented by both Troilokanath Pal and Vishnupada Das, the revenue areas had been forcing the family to transfer their lands over generations, and in early 20th century, the family's income amounted to rupees 2,77,000 per annum and a revenue demand assessed at rupees 70,000. Thus, the Narayangarh family over the centuries displaced the tribal potentates of the Jangal Mahal, networked with the Gajapati kings of Orissa, the imperial Mughal elite, and the colonial government, patronized and settled Brahminical, religious, and tribal groups in the region, built massive fortifications in and around their base in Narayangarh, and had a strategic control over the pilgrimage and commercial routes connecting Bihar, Bengal, and Orissa. In 2018, when I, along with my colleagues at the Center for Studies in Social Sciences Archive, were awarded an Endangered Archives Program grant, EAP 921, by the British Library London, to locate and digitize rare books and manuscripts in southern West Bengal, we discovered, almost as a serendipity, at the Rajdharan Bosu Sriti Pathagar, Paschim Mednipur, a whole cache of manuscripts in Bangla and Farsi that originally belonged to the Narayangarh kings. To the best of our knowledge, this is the only such manuscript collection extant in the region that belonged to an old feudatory household alike like the Narayangarh potentates. The library itself had been established in 1851, and H.V. Bailey, the collector of Mednapur, whom I have referred to earlier, had been involved in its administration. The authorities of the library had not realized that the manuscripts had been produced for the Narayangarh kings and had no information how and when they came to be deposited with the library. So can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so we have, so in the cache of the manuscripts, we have a whole lot of, a whole lot of manuscripts of Kashiram Das's Bengali Mahabharat that were all commissioned by Prithvi Vallabh Pal's father, Jagat Vallabh Pal. And these are 2 folios from Jagat Vallabh Pal. And I have, these are the last folios from the Bhishya Parva and the Shargarohan Parva respectively. And they have the dates, the name of the scribes. So we know who the scribes were, we know who the patrons of the scribe was, we know the dates. And this is, so we have the Shanti Parva from Kashiram Das, the Karna Parva, the Goda Parva, the Bhishya Parva, and the Shalla Parva, and the Shargarohan Parva, all from the period of, as well as the Shoptika Parva and the Oishika Parva, Ashwamed Parva, the Bono Parva, the Adi Parva, the Virat Parva and the Shobha Parva, all from the period of Jagat Vallabh Pal, and they were completed in the early 19th century. So, since I'm running out of time, I will now, can I have the next slide, please? Right. So, from the period of Prithvi Vallabh Pal, who was, the the man of letters and the debauched man of letters who quickened the tragic end of the family's power, we have this copy of Maulana Jami's, Maulana Nuruddin Abdul Rahman Jami of the 15th century. His Yusuf was Zuleika, commissioned by Prithvi Vallabh Pal. And this was, the scribe is Rajab Ali Khan of the Dhulia village in Kedarkundo Pargana of Mednipur. And it is, of course, in Farsi, and it was transcribed in 1852. And it gives the date, interestingly, both in the Hijri, according to both the Hijri calendar as well as the Amli calendar of Orissa. But however, the Amli date is no longer legible. And this is the last folio from the manuscript. You can see what the condition it has come to be in. Otherwise, it's a very fine manuscript, but it's terrible condition. So what is even more interesting is that, can I have the next slide, please? While, Jami's Yusuf was Zuleika is a global classic, and it's from the 15th century. It is interesting that we have such a copy being commissioned by Prithvi Vallabh Pal. But what is even more interesting, in my opinion, is this manuscript of the Golistani Iram. I don't know if Sajjad is still with us. He may remember we read part of this together after we got this digitized. So this is a original work in Farsi. This is a retelling of the Saiful Muluk story by Muhammad Yadgar, who was a disciple of Sayyid Tajuddin Chishti. And the patron is, again, the patron of the author is Rajvallabh Pal Srichandan. So there was another member of the family who was also into Persian literature, and he was actually patronizing the production of original Farsi retellings of the Saiful Muluk story. But this particular manuscript that we have here was a copy that Rajab Ali Khan of Dhulia village in Kedarkund Pargana of Midnapur prepared for Prithvi Vallabh Pal Srichandan. And again, the dates are given in the Amli calendar of Orissa. So it is roughly 1868. This is in excellent condition, and it is a retelling of the famous Saiful Muluk story. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, so finally, this is the problem that I'm working with now, and I cannot find a way out. So, there's you refer to all sources, all the manuscripts, all the colonial papers that I have referred to until now, as well as the Bangla sources, the Farsi sources. The Rajas are invariably referred to, the hereditary title of the Rajas are invariably given as a conjoint title. The Srichandana, Mari Sultan, Mandi Sultan. So the thing is that, whereas there are no whereas Srichandan is standard, it is routinized. Everywhere it is reproduced as Srichandan. But there are several variants of the hereditary Mughal title that the Narayangarh potentates claimed for themselves. So if you look at H.B. Bailey's Memoranda of Midnapur, it is given as Mari Sultan. Troilokanath Pal gives it in Bangla as Mari Sultan. And if you look at the Farsi manuscripts, and I've just, from like the Yusuf Zuleika manuscript or the Golistani Iram, whenever they refer to Prithvi Vallabh Pal or Rajvallabh Pal, they refer them to as Mandi Sultan. And if you look at the Bangla manuscripts, so the Kashiram Das Mahabharats that were commissioned by Jagat Vallabh Pal, they're again referred to as Mandi Sultan. But the fact is, none of this makes any sense whatsoever in Farsi or Arabic. So I have consulted several lexicons. So Mandi Sultan, whether in Farsi or in Arabic, or Mari Sultan, does not make any sense. So this is really a conundrum, really a mystery of how they came to hold this title and why it was reproduced so widely, including in Farsi by Persephone uh, scribes, as well as learned authors in Bangla, as well as the colonial state officials. But Mari Sultan, Mandi Sultan makes, and I've consulted the lexicons, and they make no sense in Farsi or Arabic. So I think my time is almost up, and I will then stop here. And so just, while we were working, so the just to finish this up on a, to emphasize, to highlight the polyglot nature of literary culture in Medinipur during the 18th and the 19th century. We found several other manuscripts, Persian manuscripts in the Rajnarayan Bosu Sriti Pathagar, and that included, a copy of Sheikh Shadi Shirazi's Gulistan, which was transcribed in 1750, so mid 18th century, and the scribe was Sheikh Ghulam Hussain. And interestingly, the owner of the manuscript who had commissioned that copy was Radha Vallabh Bhumia, a son of Haricharan Bhumia. And the date of completion is given as the third regnal year of Ahmad Shah, the Mughal emperor. And Sheikh Ghulam Hussain actually gives us the further information that he consulted Sayyid Muhammad Qabil's copy of the Gulistan to prepare the copy for Radha Vallabh Bhumia. So we can look at how these texts, Sheikh Shadi's Gulistan was frequently used as a textbook to learn Persian. So apart from its huge literary importance, it also had a, pedagogical importance. So and those texts were in circulation in 18th century Midnapur. And there is another text, and this is a grammar text, a very preliminary grammar text in Farsi called the Nisab-e-Sibyan. So, and the author is Abu Nasr al-Farahi from the 13th century. And it is so this copy that was prepared again for Radha Vallabh Bhumia, son of Haricharan Bhumia, resident of Medinipur Pargana. It was completed in 1751. So one gets a sense of how Radha Vallabh Bhumia was learning his Farsi lessons. He was clearly using these grammar books and his these Sadi as a textbook to learn the language. And this time the scribe was Sheikh Muhammad Mukim Siddiqui. And this is, and interestingly, with this, I'll stop here, but with this manuscript of the Nisab-e-Sibyan, there is also on a separate piece of paper attached with the manuscript a ghazal by Sheikh Sadi
Maybe resume?
We can resume now. I'm sorry, Rajashri, to have interrupted this fascinating discussion that we are having. We can resume the resume.
Okay, so I'll just be very brief. What I was trying to say is often we think of the manuscript in its finished form, right? Even when we reconstruct the manuscript, let's say digitally as scholars or as historians, right? But the manuscript in itself, in the pre-modern cultures of use of the manuscript in whatever space, court, monasteries, was kind of not really approached in its complete form, right? It was folio by folio for that matter. The digital also gives us a scope to kind of take it in that fragmentary or in that fragmented form, right? So I just wanted to hear a little bit from you on how then, what kind of reading strategies does the digital offer us that allow us to kind of not skip over the present in connecting to the past, but then as people who deal with manuscript, historians, scholars, what is the thing that the digital enables us in form of, with respect to reading strategies that can maybe help us forge a connection with reading strategies that are now lost?
Thank you very much, Shamuk, for this very thoughtful intervention. It is, the problem that you and I you referred to, and I also have been working with for a while, has been addressed by some medievalists working with European codices, such as, John Dagenus, and, the contributors to a recent anthology that has come out from the Toronto University Press called The Future of the Page. And John Dagenus's book on the title, The Ethics of Reading, I find it's one of the most fascinating books on paleological culture that has been written in the past couple of decades, in fact. So what Dagenus basically is saying that, one is that there are, when we try to dismantle, so we need to acknowledge that there is a particular ocular prejudices that the print media, print modernity has imposed on all of us, right? So as well as the question is that what Dagenus says is that there are then two ways in which this can be further bolstered. That one is that we try to break down the principles of organization that characterize pre-modern manuscript cultures, and break them up, disaggregate break down the singularity of the bundle, so to say, and put them into categories that are produced by the ocular aesthetics of print modernity. But that is just one part of the story. What he says that, we need also to be careful that we do not work with the singular notion of the medieval page. So, so there is then, we have our modern ocular prejudice, which presupposes what a page stands for, what a folio stands for, what a codice should be like. That's one. And there is also the danger of us, looking at the medieval page as a singular alternative to the modern page. So what he's saying is that we need to look at manuscripts and codices as co-eval with our own times. So, the medieval manuscript is just as present as our now is. That way, we do not have, a relation. So in that way, we will come to have a more egalitarian relationship with the folios and the codices that we are engaging with as within the bounds of the discipline of manuscriptology. So what he's talking about here is that, I completely, which is why I'm interested in the question of bundles. Because, bundles are come to be from, bundles are put together by chance. Bundles are put together sometimes, by logic, by principles that are anything but pedagogical, right? So it is quite possible for you to, wrap up your a Vedic text with, say, Vaishnav Padavali Kirtan text. And furthermore, I personally know of a family in Calcutta itself who had been worshipping a manuscript for generations, and they were under the impression it was a Paddhati text for the Durga Puja, and it was only much later when somebody realized that it was a Shaivite Upanishad and had nothing to do with Durga Puja. Nobody knows how it came to be worshipped as part of the Durga Puja rituals. So these are histories that we should not be glossing over. And, digitization, there is one way we need to have critical editions. That is, there is a particular use for having critical editions, but the bundles have their own uses as well. So digitization is one way that we can have both, which is why I think, digitization offers us this possibility of reimagining the medieval page without, going into an utopian, to give up the protocols of manuscriptology, to give up the protocols of critical editions, of critical editing, will not be of any help in the long run. We do need critical texts, otherwise, to produce intellectual histories, to produce texts have their own singularity. There's no denying that. And so we need both. And digitization, I've come to feel that is a way out from this problem. Yeah. Thank you, Shamok. We'll talk about this actually. But John Dagenus and the future of the page are, the texts that I'm working with, really.
Okay, Dr. Ghosh, we have one more question from Professor Nupur Dashgupta. She says, in your experience, do the notes on folios present enough evidence to build up a history of the preservation of the text in manuscript form?
Thank you very much, Professor Dashgupta, for that question. I have not personally, I have not been fortunate enough to come across such a wonderful Pushpika, that will, generate a peer-reviewed article. But as you know, of course, better than I do, that some people are luckier enough to have come across such pushpikas and such glosses on manuscripts, which have fascinating. What I have really, what I have really in my own experience, and I have not been working in this field for a long time. So in my experience, I feel, what is really remarkable is, how some commentaries come to dominate the hermeneutics of a larger textual tradition. Like if you look at the Bhagavata Purana text as the textual manuscripts of Bhagavata Purana that were being produced in Bengal, almost without exception, they are accompanied by Sridhar Swami's commentary. So there are certain glosses that come to dominate the textual traditions that is really amazing. And even though Sridhar Swami himself belonged to the lineage of Shankaracharya, the very fact that Chaitanya had a particular fondness for him for his gloss over the Bhagavata Purana made him so dominant over the product of the most, almost without exception, the Bhagavata manuscripts that I have seen are accompanied by the glosses of Sridhar Swami. But about Pushpikas, there's in the Narayangarh manuscript itself, they're very interesting of how the scribes were, innovating. They were when they were referring to their patrons, Jagat Vallabh Pal, or to say Prithvi Vallabh Pal, they were coming up with fantastic Persian coinages describing their glory and others. So there is this patron-client relationship, the politics intrinsic to that patron-client relationship between the scribe and the commissioning landlord that that one can see. But I haven't really come across a Pushpika that will really stand out.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was enjoying your talk so much, and I was thinking about
thank
some
you so
of
much.
the. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. No, but as you know, other people have been luckier, and they have got these wonderful Pushpikas like Anima Mukhopadhyay or Bashanta Ranjan Vidyut Vallabh. They got fantastic Pushpikas, and which are as precious as the text themselves.
And I was also, I also would like to comment on one thing, that that point you raised about worship of the manuscript. This kind of tradition was almost very, very popular among the Newari Buddhists, and there is this tradition of worshipping manuscripts of Prajnaparamita, which was very, very current in 19th and even in the 20th century. So that is one tradition that you can.
Yeah, of course. And it's and when even now in the Kshatras in Shankardeva tradition of Vaishnavism, the Bhagavad Purana is, I believe, worshipped, right? There are no icons of Vishnu or Krishna in the Kshatras. They instead worship Bhagavad Purana, and that's also true about the most visible instances of the Guru Granth Sahib.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to.
But what I was really thinking, Nupudi, I will just share this anecdote because it has a particular significance. This is actually from one of our colleagues at the center. So her family, when they came over to West Bengal in wake of partition, they carried this manuscript which had been with them for generations. And the family custom, they are a Brahmin family and a Smarta Brahmin family. And the family custom was to worship this manuscript with the goddess during the Durga Puja rituals. Along with the sword and the manuscript, they would worship the goddess. So when I insisted on looking at the manuscript, they thought it was, one of the Paddhati texts of the Durga Puja rituals, but instead when we scanned it, it was a Shaivite Upanishad, and especially the section that was reproduced in that manuscript was why it describes the cosmological significance of the Shaivite forehead marks. There's a particular Upanishad, I can't remember the name now, but it explains the significance of why you should put the marks on your forehead in the Shaivite tradition. So, that's
fascinating. These anecdotes are really fascinating. It is very, very possible. Yeah. Very possible to kind of. Yes, tease out the cultural history in a very holistic manner, I think.
And we needn't gloss over these histories, and this is coming from a very smart Brahmin family. So there is no way that they didn't know how to read that manuscript, or, like in a couple of generations back, they were running tolls, but still they were worshipping this manuscript for their pujas. One doesn't know why. So these are really, very interesting things that one really can't explain these as chance happenings, and there are other logics of transmission, other logics of valorization that are in operation in these manuscript cultures.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
We have time for just one more question. It's from Pritam Goswami. He's asking, can you please tell something about the spread and influence of Gaudiya Vaishnavism in Narayangarh? And are there Vaishnav manuscripts and texts in their collection?
Yeah, of course, and this is the center that is closest to Narayangarh is, of course, the center of Shyamananda Prabhu and Roshikananda Prabhu, because this Narayangarh is precisely in the contact zone of Orissa and what is now West Bengal. So, the Gaudiya Vaishnavism is used to be a very strong presence here. It still is, in fact, and Shyamananda Prabhu's lineage, Roshikananda Prabhu's lineage is there, and Vishnupada Das, as well as this another gentleman called, I'll just get the book. There's another book. There's a book by Vishnupada Das, and so there are two books that talk about, the Gaudiya Vaishnavism in this region adjoining Narayangarh. One is Rabindranath Mondal's book. The other one is Vishnupada Das's book. They both talk about how Shyamananda Prabhu, who was also a Shatgop from the Shatgop caste, like the Narayangarh kings, and how, Shyamananda Prabhu and Roshikananda Prabhu became very significant presences. And there are lots and lots of Bhagavad Puran texts in all over the region. As I was saying, more often than not, they are accompanied by the glosses of Sridhar Swami. So, but a lot of Chaitanya Chaitamrita text, a lot of, I remember Shurit Bhomik brought out, people like Vishnupada Panda, and now there's one gentleman called Shantanu Doloi. They're all bringing out text that emerge from this contact zone. So these are sometimes Oriya text in Bangla script and Bangla text in Oriya script. And they have fascinating biographies of Chaitanya that one does not find elsewhere, like Prakash Chaitanya Ratna is a text that emerged from this region, and Shurit Bhomik brought this back long back in the 1960s, I suppose. So, and very interesting, and if you look at these manuscript cultures with Gaudiya Vaishnavism, apart from the standard hagiographies of Shyamananda Prabhu, Roshikananda Prabhu, Chaitanya himself, there is and the focus that you have on the Bhagavata Purana and Sridhar Swami's glosses. But there's also another thing. It is very interesting how, just as Shomok was saying, that they would reproduce just a couple of verses from the Rash Panchadhoi of the Bhagavad Purana on one folio and put together with the rest of the manuscripts. That those 5 or 6 verses from the Rash Panchadhoi of the Bhagavad Purana had particular significance for some people, particular theological significance for some practitioners, and that very famous sloka Sharada Fulla Mallika that goes on in the Bhagavata Purana. So those slokas were often just copied and transcribed in one folio and kept with other texts. So these are several ritual texts, hagiographic texts, tons of them actually. Thanks you.
I would like to once again thank Dr. Ghosh for his presence today.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Thank you.
Right. With that, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the final speaker for today's session, Dr. Bhakti Shul. Dr. Bhakti Shul currently serves as Assistant Professor at the Thapar School of Liberal Arts and Sciences. She completed her MA at the Center for Studies in Historical Sciences at Jawaharlal Nehru University in Medieval History and her Bachelor's at the Department of History, Jadavpur University. She is currently our only alumnus in today's workshop. Dr. Shul specializes in global history and the history of the Indian Ocean, particularly the socio-economic history of Indo-Dutch relations in the early modern era. She was awarded her PhD in history from Leiden University in the Netherlands and has also held teaching positions at the Institute for History at Leiden University and Liberal Arts at the Leiden University College. Her doctoral research focuses on informal interactive networks between Mughal administrators, brokers, and Dutch East India Company officials in 17th century Bengal. Dr. Shur has been a recipient of the Erasmus Mundus IBIES Scholarship and Cosmopolis Scholarship. She has worked as a researcher for the National Archives in Den Haag and the International Institute of Social History in Amsterdam. Her works have been published in journals like the Indian Historical Review and Itinerario. Her most recent publication includes the article Individual Interests Behind the Institutional Facade, the Dutch East India Company's Legal Presence in 17th Century Mughal Bengal, published in Itinerario in 2018. I would now like to hand over the proceedings to Dr. Shur to present her paper, Exploring the Dutch Archives, a study of the Dutch East India Company in Bengal, 1602 to 1825.
Thank you, Anusha, for the wonderful introduction, and thank you, Professor Dasgupta and Dr. Mukherjee for organizing this and inviting me to be a part of this workshop. And thank you to all the fascinating speakers also who have presented today. So basically, I am going to talk today about the Dutch archives and the Dutch East India Company archives with which I have worked, and also then focusing on the regional history of Bengal. So I am going to talk about in the beginning in terms of understanding colonial archives, and there has been a lot of work and a lot of research that has been done in terms of understanding the colonial archives. What do they mean? How can they be used? And the Dutch East India Company archives are no exception. I'd like to actually bring up the instance of the book called A Colonial Affair by Dana Agman, who has worked on the microhistory of a broker called Nainiappa in Chennai, who worked for the French East India Company. And this became a very interesting case because, of course, Nainiappa was working for the French for a long time until, because of the politics that happens within the company and because of his networks, at some point he is accused with certain charges and of treason, and flogged publicly, and it creates an enormous scandal. There are Jesuits who are involved. He's eventually persecuted, and then his sons take up the case. It goes up to France. Everything happens. A lot of people get involved, and eventually his sons sort of get justice and get back into the company's networks and position. So the reason why I took up this case is because it is the core to understanding colonial archives. And I particularly liked a sentence that Dana Agman uses in her book, where she says, the history of empire revealed through the affair, through the Nainiappa affair, shows that accounts of the largest of large-scale processes, such as global networks of commerce and conversion, can still make room for the human-sized experiences of loyalty, fear, vengeance, and love. And this is what I believe is core to the understanding of my understanding of colonial archives, where it's not just the story of an asymmetry of power between the two sides that we're talking of, but also there are these micro-histories, these emotions, these stories of friendships, alliances, betrayals, trust, conspiracies, partnerships that make it all the more interesting. And these archives are repositories of encounters between two cultures, sometimes more than two cultures. And it is extremely nuanced, it's extremely layered in terms of understanding personal interests within institutional facades, as one of my articles I've tried to argue. So So when I work with the archives and with the Dutch East India Archives, I try to also look into these human aspects. And by human aspects, I mean, every locals who are engaged, but also the company officials cut off from the institution as officials and individuals who are driven by their personal ambitions, personal interests, and the kind of interactions they have with the locals, the kind of alliances that they form, that come up in these archives, that are my interest and my, my way of understanding the Dutch archives. I wouldn't go into the details of understanding the Dutch East India Company's presence in Bengal, just 2 or 3 lines that the Dutch East India Company came around 1602-3. They set up their factories initially around Pipli and then went on to establish their factories in other areas like Malda, Kasim Bazar, and of course Chinsura Hooghly was the headquarters. And Kasim Bazar was also one of the prominent places. And the company operated in Bengal initially in coalition with the Coromandel Coast. Of course, at some point, the Coromandel Coast realized that Bengal has more potential in terms of profit for the company, which is why the Dutch East India Company started having its own directorate in Bengal after a certain point of time. And the company became independently operating in Bengal and started expanding until, of course, by the end of so initially it was what scholars argue a place that was providing not just commodities, but also slaves for the company that were taken then to Batavia for the construction of the forts in Batavia. So Pipli was a vibrant slave market where the Dutch East India Company bought slaves from, that were sold in the market. So Bengal served as the slave market. And the slaves were mostly captured from the islands, from the Arakan coast of Bengal. And then by the end of the 17th century, Bengal's importance in textiles become increasingly important. And it is at this time that I start also arguing that the Dutch East India Company officials slowly start understanding that there is a very loose, porous space in Bengal where you can enter into the administrative arena and start imitating or living the life of the local elites, like the local zamindars, being carried in palanquins, being dressed in certain ways that are, imitating the local elites. And by the 18th century, there are documents that start showing how not just the English East India Company, but also the Dutch East India Company acquired zamindari rights over the 3 villages of Chinsura, Baranagar, and Bazar Mirzapur. And then they start issuing, the documents that I'll talk about a little bit later, pattas, which are basically plots of land that are given to the local villagers. So pattas, if I will talk about it later more in details, but just in short, that they were already in practice of being issued since the Mughal times at various levels. And the pattas that the Dutch were issuing were really at the lowest levels, directly to the villagers, over those villages over which the Dutch had zamindari rights. So the 3 villages over which the Dutch had zamindari rights, and the pattas started calling the Dutch as, addressing them as Jomidar Fiskal. Basically, the Dutch version is Zamindar Fiskal. Fiskal is a kind of law official for Dutch, and the Bengali part says as Jomidar Fiskal Sahib in the way. So, so basically, the Dutch become known, get a very administrative terminology that is locally rooted, and become proper zamindars who start issuing these pattas to the local villagers. And there are brief periods in where the English East India Company, because of the Anglo-Dutch wars, takes over Bengal, and they start continuing the practice of issuing the pattas. this keeps going once or twice till 1825, when officially 1799, the Dutch East India Company had ceased to exist. The Dutch colonial government has taken up Bengal as one of the colonies, and then 1825, it is surrendered to the English, and the Dutch leave Bengal for good, notwithstanding the fact that a lot of them stayed back on their individual account, who were acting as residents, and one of the last of them, Daniel Overbeek, who was one of the last residents. His grave is still there in Chinsura in the Dutch cemetery, who stayed on and, with their families as one of the locals. So this is the Dutch side of the story of the presence of the Dutch East India Company in Bengal. But of course, they were very much entrenched in the local sector. And the challenge of working with colonial archives when we want to look into the local side of the story is always there, because of course they are colonial archives with certain politics of representation, with voices that have to be unearthed by going against the grain within the archives. And one of the key areas, so when I do work with this, of course, I am interested primarily in understanding this interaction between the company officials and the locals at not just the official institutional levels, but also the informal networks, the informal connections, and how they work. And the most interesting way of trying to look into this are through the different kinds of documents that are there. But the primary documents that I'm interested in are the legal documents. So legal cases are often those moments, and by legal cases, I mean either cases that are cases of illegal trade, accusations of illegal trade brought against the company officials by their colleagues, where locals are involved, which go up to the Court of Justice in Batavia, in Indonesia, which was the place where the Dutch East India Company's primary colony was. So there you have the Court of Justice for the company. So either you have these cases where locals get involved and you get testimonials, and those cases provide this little windows of little windows where local voices come to the fore. Because of friction, you start understanding certain kinds of relations. And if I would give a little example, probably that would be clearer. And definitely also legal documents like these pattas that I talk of, which show the kind of interaction that the Dutch had with the locals, the kind of organized administrative setup that they had built for getting an insight into the local lives of the villagers, and also understanding how the locals responded and used this. So this kind of interaction between the locals and the company officials can be looked into and studied through the legal window of legal documents or the legal cases. The other part, which would primarily be the part that I talk about in greater detail today, is also understanding the memories van overgave, which are basically these are reports that are left by one Dutch director in Bengal for their successor, giving information of what is to be done, who are the brokers you should trust, why you should trust, what are the kind of trade that's going on, or what are the incidents that are happening, what is the political situation in Bengal. Now, these are huge repositories of information because they do give sometimes insight into the local brokers who are recommended by certain officials or not recommended by certain officials, or certain incidents that happened with the local brokers. So the huge group of intermediate merchants in Bengal who are interacting with the company officials are represented or talked about through these documents, through these memories van overgave. And they, for me, also provide an opportunity to understand this group and Dr. Mukherjee talks about how blurred this community is, that it's very difficult to decipher who's doing what, and there aren't really very clearly laid functions, and that this group is very messy. So to understand this group, to understand what they were doing, I have tried to look into these documents. So the basic use of the archives that I have looked into is to understand the local interaction with the Dutch through legal cases, legal documents, and through these memories from overtraffic. And the argument that I'm going to push through is that, or the understanding that I have always tried to put at the core of these, is that neither the company nor the locals are two binary units that you can talk of when it comes to an encounter, because there are enormous factions, enormous personal interests in between. So the history of empire through these archives show that Dutch officials could collaborate with local merchants and brokers to serve their individual interests and turn against each other. So there could be factions of Dutch who are collaborating with the locals, and they could be pitched against each other. So one Dutch official could be accusing another Dutch official with the help of a local broker, and they would then recommend this local broker, and this local broker would then accuse another fellow broker of collaborating with someone. As I give an example, maybe this will be a little bit clearer. So the one case is that towards the end of the 17th century, the company in Amsterdam, they sent a committee because Bengal had started acquiring a notoriety for corruption. There were lots of allegations that company officials were, indulging in illegal trade in a massive way in this area of Bengal, and it was getting a very bad name. So pamphlets were being circulated in the Netherlands, talking about how corrupt this place was and how un-Christian values were being spread in these areas, and how the Dutch were getting all, morally corrupted because of the riches, the prosperity of Bengal, and the amount of prospect for illegal trade. So officially, a committee was sent to investigate into the corruption of the officials there. Now, the person who was sent, who was called Hendrik Adrian van Rijden, he was the commissioner of this committee. So what he did was that he went to several areas, but then I have studied only his cases in Bengal. He accused certain officials there of corruption. And whatever accusations came up, that were then presented as court cases to the courts in Batavia. Now, when I study these court cases, the first thing that I start realizing is that he targets those officials against whom he had a professional rivalry. So more than this being a genuine case of looking into corruption, it becomes a place of lobbying and factionalism within the company. So the Dutch East India Company itself was not a homogeneous unit. On the other hand, if I read his reports, and the court cases that are there, where there are people who are coming in to and providing their testimonials, there are a lot of locals who are coming in, including domestic servants, coolies, who have been accused of helping and collaborating in the corruption or illegal trade of the Dutch officials. So for instance, Nicholas Kagan, who was the director of Bengal, he, along with his wife, was accused of, trading illegally in silk. And during the testimonials, you see not just English officials, but also local merchants and coolies and slaves who are carrying the basket covered with cloth and such other evidences that are coming forward. Van Rijden also then talks of certain brokers that he favors and certain brokers that he does not. I wouldn't go into the details of this further, but to conclude, what I would like to say is that this case shows that there were these factions and that the company space, through the court cases, allowed to show these local voices and how the locals were part of the company's informal networks, which definitely included brokers and such people as coolies and domestic servants. The pattas, which later came up starting from 1700 as legal documents, also show the presence of the company as a sovereign political unit where there are mutasadis, which are basically local officials who are working in the kacheri of the zamindar. Now, at this point, the Dutch have become zamindars and they have their kacheri, and there are local officials who are working for the Dutch. There are court cases against the mutasadi who have collaborated with certain Dutch official in terms of with accusations of extortion against the local villagers. So these legal documents, they do provide some kind of insight into the presence of these local actors and their personal interests, because when pattas are drafted, so if a house has a certain kind of patta, you require a patta to sell a house. So if a villager has died and there is an issue of inheritance, the Dutch zamindar, along with the local mutasadi, would go and start putting things in auction. And this was always a space of where there could be perhaps a space of abuse of power, where the villagers could be extorted. And you see how then when the villagers started putting complaints, that in the cases or in the complaints that are there are testimonials of the officials who are working in the kacheri, the testimonials of local villagers. And there are cases where women are coming forward and putting complaints against the Dutch zamindar who has collaborated with the local mutasadi. So basically, these are also cases where local women and locals are pitching, local villagers are also putting accusations against local officials who have collaborated with the Dutch zamindar. And they're aware of their legal rights, they're aware of whom to use, because you can also imagine that when they are approaching the colonial court, they also have other forms of justice that are available. So there are different forms of justice that are available, and they're just using the company as a political legal space where they're aware that they can approach the director of the company or issue and lodge a case that can go up to the highest court of justice in Batavia against Dutch officials, and started by local villages. So basically, this is a space about the local interaction and the nature of the interaction between the Dutch officials and the locals that can be framed through the legal documents and legal cases and court cases. The other forum that I would extensively argue and focus on would be the Memories van Overgave, which basically talks about the intermediate merchants. And these intermediate merchants are a group who I have tried to trace through these reports of the Dutch officials who have left accounts of their understanding of the state of affairs in Bengal for their successive directors. There are two of them, and I have looked into in the 18th century to understand what kind of services did brokers provide for the company, who were these brokers, what were their relations with them, to what extent were they entrenched into the company space, considering that the company was not present in Bengal only in terms of trading, but also as administrators. So I have tried to understand what are the works that the brokers were required to do, what are the kind of merchants that were present who were interacting with the Dutch East India Company in Bengal around this time from these reports that are there. So, like I say, that this is a blurred group, and one of the very strong, very strong stereotypical arguments that start emerging about the local brokers or about the local merchants is that they are not trustworthy enough. So if I just read out a quote that has been written by one of the Dutch officials about the local merchants of Bengal, it says, "The merchants and those who have devoted themselves to trade are exceptionally sharp and experienced in it, starting to become merchants as soon as they can. When they are in the laps of their parents, they start trading playfully in their younger years, first buying cowries and then silver and gold. By wandering along the schools of the shroffs, they become capable of the largest trades that can possibly be conducted by a merchant. They're always sober and modest and economic, which is to their advantage, seeking in many ways to be polite, and of exceptional service, making it their work to discover the good and bad qualities of those who have the power to do good to them or harm them, flattering those in whose grace they are of. They regret their past damages and wonderfully hide the troubles or the joys of their received profit and loss. During their lifetime, they're always rich in credit, but after their death, they're mostly poor because of the greed of their widows and inheritors, who conceal their inheritance much to the damage of their creditors. In general, it is possible to get along with them if one knows them and can put up with their falsehood." This is basically a very stereotypical idea of the merchants being very sharp, indispensable, experienced, and yet at the same time, false and treacherous and should be cautiously dealt with. He does use the names of certain merchants, like he makes this distinction between heathens and Muslims, and for some reason he has a preference for what he called the Mohammedans, who are not incapable merchants, to quote him, nor uneasy if one does not do them any injustice, and are useful instruments in the trade against the heathens. So the description of the merchants, or the description of the merchants that the company were dealing with in Bengal, for this Dutch official, tries to portray them as an experienced and shrewd group who were given to falsehood and had to be dealt with carefully. But it also shows the company's resentment on having to rely heavily on their services. And from this report, from these memories van Overgave, what I've also tried to understand is the variety of services that the brokers in Bengal, or the category that they termed as brokers or intermediate merchants, what are the kind of tasks that they were executing in the late 17th century. So firstly, the brokers were involved in the basic process of price determination for any commodity to be bought or sold by the company. And it was instructed that the director or whoever would be in position of authority were not to deal with the merchants of Bengal directly over any merchandise. They were only to communicate with the company's council on what kind of goods were to be bought, what goods were to be ordered from Bengal and supplied, and the ongoing price of those goods, which was to be given and written by the company's broker so that the goods could be sold at the right time with the desired quantity in order to extract maximum profit. And all of this were to be done in consultation with a council, with the help of the broker, and then to quote from the report, since a broker being loyal and having sound knowledge of this country is able to have the means to a speedy transaction. At the price determined by this process, the goods were then to be presented to the best merchants who had fulfilled the terms of their last contract. So all merchandise had to go through the understanding of a broker's understanding of the price. Secondly, the brokers were used massively in the textile trade of the company. it was warned that the company director was warned of the world-renowned dangerous knowledge of the merchants of Hindustan and Bengal on the differences in the thinness, thickness, quality, and price of different types of cloth that were made in India. And after commenting on how the merchant found ways to take advantage of the company officials' lack of knowledge in clothes of different quality and the right prices, it was understood that the company had to be strict in not accepting any cloth that would not match the quality of the sample provided. So basically, to shorten up the thing, it was always considered important that the broker's advice was taken in terms of understanding the thinness of the cloth when such transactions on textiles was done. And the broker was to help in trying to bring forth the best samples with specifications of weight against its price to the weaver through the medium of merchants who were capable of procuring the finished cloth from these weavers by matching with the given samples. In the long process of setting the price, providing the sample, finding reliable merchants, and sorting the finished product according to the samples, brokers were needed again in the final step of sorting the cloth. When the time came for the sorting of the cloth by matching it with the given samples, it was done in the dalan, or the hall of the warehouse, by two Dutchmen who were committed to this work and had sufficient knowledge of it. And there were two brokers who would help this in this act of sorting. It was only after the quality had been checked that the director and the council could examine the delivered cloth owing to the lack of knowledge about textiles on the part of the company. The brokers were to keep an eye on the weavers and provide knowledge about the different types of cloth. So one of them was understanding the price, the other was helping in the sorting and helping in understanding the thinness and types of silk. And thirdly, they were also used to check on the toll paid in cash for the commodities in the warehouses. So the talikas, or specification of goods that were to be taxed, were to be signed by the warehouse master of the company, as he would check which goods had entered or left the warehouse. This was then to be checked by the head administrator to see if the goods as specified in the account books were calculated to be the right amount, and the cash money and the tax would then be checked by the director and would be given by the cashier in person. This was all to be done in the presence of the company's broker and shroff. So the final specification and toll and everything had to be done with a company official and a broker in presence. Apart from these duties of brokers, it's also recommended that brokers were not to indulge in their own trade directly and indirectly, and they were to only work for the profit of the company. That the fact that this was not always adhered to, because it was not uncommon for brokers to trade on their own. A lot of times there were merchant brokers who were allied with certain company officials carrying on illegal private trades, like I had discussed before, which is evident from the court cases when these brokers come into the court cases and provide their testimonials. For instance, the director of Bengal, Nicholas Kagan, had embezzled money in the name of a local merchant broker called Nanduram. And there were complaints that there were three other merchants named Nidhiram Shah, Kirsten Ramgre, and Gangadas, who refused to give away the names of those company officials who had traded illegally using their names. So basically, company officials used the names of local brokers to trade illegally, and there were these bonds that only came forward when other brokers accused against them in company cases, in the cases that were coming up in the company's forum. A broker also drew a fixed salary, which by the end of the 17th century, from one of the company records, suggested to be set at 83 rupees a month. Besides the broker, there's also the Gumosta, or the local merchant, who supplied the company with different commodities. And these Gumostas, they form a large category of merchants who mediated between the primary producers and the company, and they entered into contracts with the company to buy and sell goods at set prices. You have different company officials recommending different Gumostas and lodging complaints against certain Gumostas, which also shows how these politics were going. So there were certain Gumostas who were linked and recommended by certain officials. And it seems that gaining contracts with the company was a highly competitive arena for these merchants, although they were indispensable to the company. Often these Gomustas, they worked as families to preserve their contracts with the company. So a certain Kalyan Das was the son of the merchant Rangor Das, who traded with the VOC for a long time and had come from Surat. Nayan Sukh Shah was the son of the merchant Deepchand Shah, who too worked as a Gomusta for the company. His brother Kamal Nayan was included in his young age in the list of merchants working with the company. So it shows how Gomustas operated as familial units in Bengal. Apart from the Gomustas, there were also the Shroffs that are there. The Shroffs are money merchants who worked for the company. And most of the times they are referred to as Banyas in the company records. And there are examples of certain names that you come across who were, providing services to the company and sort of were recommended by certain company officials. In general, what I would try to argue, given from these reports, is that the kind of intermediate merchants who were working with the company represented a large group of people who could be Gomustas, who could be brokers, who could be money merchants, and they operated through their own networks and provided varying services for long times, sometimes even as a family for generations to the company. They weren't always addressed as a difficult group to be dealt with in the company's reports. And you do see that they do have their alliances in terms of certain officials trying to recommend them and certain not. But they understood the market, they had knowledge of their competitors, and they were aware of the opportunities of making profit. So if we talk of Subramaniam, who talked about the world of merchants to be understood beyond the realm of theoretical economic models, and to be looked into as a historical world of flesh and blood, we understand these local intermediate merchants as a group who were extremely dynamic. They were not passive. They were very much responsive to the politics that were going on within the company, and they understood how to exploit it according to that. They were the ones who allowed their names to be used for the illegal trades of the company officials. And they benefited in turn from those kind of trading opportunities. And they also, the recommendations by certain Dutch directors, like I'm talking of these reports where Dutch directors are recommending certain brokers, it shows their skills of enhancing their credibility and building up their links with the company officials. So these are people who are entering into the company's arena, building up links, allowing their names to be used for illegal trade with the company officials, speaking the language. So Anani Alpa, for instance, speaking the language of the French. The records that I get in the court cases of local brokers are often seen as Portuguese, Creole, or Hindustani language as being signed when they're talking. So as a group of intermediate merchants, these were men whose names and activities were recorded and mattered in the reports of the VOC directors who were accusing other officials of corruption. So local names were being embroiled in the politics of the company. I would just wrap up quickly with two small other reports. So there is a report of a company director called Louis Telford, where Telford talks about the hidden tension among brokers. So he uses the example of two brokers, Brindabon Rai and Damodar Sarkar, whom he recommended to be appointed, and their factional tensions with an adjunct broker called Totaram. And Telford suggested that how he had, during his tenure as the director of the company in Bengal, tried to not ignite the fire and maintain peace in this kind of setting. He tried to keep Samram, the brother of Totaram, away as long as possible from being the banya of the Dutch zamindar in Chansura, since he was afraid that this guy would use his powers and seek revenge and disturb the peace between the locals and the Europeans that Telford did not want to happen. And once the broker, the deceased father of the broker Brindaban, who worked as a broker for the company also, was not particularly friendly towards Totaraman Telford. Now, this is a lot of names. Just to make it short, basically he's talking about the conflict between the brokers that were there within the company and how he was aware of these tensions among the brokers and tried to keep it under control and, sort of not let it break out. Notwithstanding this kind of patronizing tone of colonial officials and Dutch East India Company officials, what is important to notice is that officials and directors were aware of rivalries, of tensions, and were very clever to play along these tensions even among the local brokers, because the brokers couldn't hide their resentments against each other, and the company officials knew and were aware of this and could play along these tensions of the locals. And another report, which I would be the last and then I'd leave this, is by a director called Kersenboom. Now, the previous report shows how Dutch directors were aware of personal tensions between brokers and played along with it. The other account that comes from another official called Kersenboom shows how brokers were actually able to hold together against the company in times of crisis. So when there was a problem between the local merchants and the company after the crisis following the Maratha raids, there were doubts about which merchants were in a state to supply cloth to the company, since the conditions of several merchants were worse than they actually showed. The company needed to know their exact economic state so as to be able to choose a few merchants to whom they could make advances with the certainty that the cloth would be delivered. But the merchants responded by trying to hide their situation for fear of their credit going down. The company then approached the broker Harikishan Rai to help, but he did not reveal much about the merchants either. On the investigation of the Raja of Nadia about the progress of work of the merchants, it was revealed that 4 merchants of Shantipur and their associates, Radha Mohan Chaudhary and Radhakanta Khan, were entirely ruined. This information reached the company's ears. When the VOC realized that the financial condition of several merchants were precarious, they reached out to the bankers and shroffs to help. But the bankers refused to stand for the company in case the merchants failed to supply on grounds that trade under those circumstances was entangled with such dangers that it could ruin the richest and most careful of the merchants. Consequently, the company decided to use their broker to find some settled factors or gomostas who could be entrusted with capital to be forwarded to certain merchants whom they decided could supply them with coarsely woven cloth. But the gomostas too seemed to have not responded favorably to the company's demands. The company finally gave up the plan and selected certain merchants with and without property who were employed to supply fine linen, wherein the broker enjoyed 3% with both standing as a guarantee for each other. So basically the company, this was following the Maratha raids when there was chaos, and the company didn't know which merchants to trust. They approached broker, shroffs or money bankers to stand as credit. They refused, saying, we don't know which merchants are in what kind of financial condition because they're not revealing. And the factors were not much helpful either. So in the end, the company had to, trust and allow the local gomostas to take over and give their suggestions. And certain merchants with or without property were just given the advance to give the product without knowing what the situation is. So this is one rare occasion, at least, when we see that the brokers, the merchant suppliers, gomostas, bankers, they're all interconnected, and their activities and decisions depended on and affected each other. So they could act in solidarity against the company by not providing information about their economic state or refusing to supply credit or standing as a guarantee together so that the company could not play one group against the other. Even though the broker worked for the company, he would not turn against the merchant suppliers and divulge information about their economic situation. Similarly, all bankers would not provide credit for the benefit of the company, and all Gomastas withdrew from offering their services to the company. So in the wake of a political crisis, these groups tried to stabilize the socio-economic space by acting together through unwritten bonds of interdependence and alliance. And this was the way that the intermediate merchants would also at times assert their presence and respond to political changes in certain ways that would help them with their survival. To conclude, I would like to say that what I tried to show through the Dutch archives is going back to what I had argued, that these are not homogeneous binary units, but they are filled with a lot of personal stories, personal connections, strategical connections, alliances, personal interests. And you have moments where both sides, well, to some extent, the Dutch East India Company are playing along with the tensions of the locals, and the locals are also capable at certain points to come up together, different kinds of intermediate merchants or brokers who are interacting and part of the company system are able to come together and assert their presence. We also see that sometimes when the company has become a political entity, when it has gained zamindari, that local villagers can also, through court cases, come up and use the company and assert their presence there. To not make matters more complicated, all I'm trying to argue through the understanding of the Dutch colonial archives is understanding the local voice through legal cases, understanding going against the grain, and seeing how the locals were part of the process and how they asserted their presence, how they were trying to make use of the company's space and were part of this, and how all of this happened at a personal level beyond the institutional obligations and the institutional facade. So that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shur. We do have a few questions. I think it's been typed out right now. Yeah, the first question to you is from Antarika Mundur. She's asking, do officials' private letters play any role in exploring Dutch archives? Sometimes those show a kind of relationship between colonizers and the colonized, different from official narratives. Should I repeat that?
Hi, sorry, yes. I'm reading that on the chat. The officials' private letters play any role in exploring Dutch archives? I don't know what you mean by private letters, as in all letters that are part of the company archives are technically official. And when you're talking of really private letters, they go beyond the Dutch archives. You have high officials who are part of what you call the Amsterdam regions, who had their shares in the company and had their, officials or lobbies in the colonies. And they exchanged private letters among themselves in terms of understanding whom they're going to. So these are big appointments that are made, and often there was a lot of lobbying, there was a lot of patronage, a lot of factionalism that was happening. Sometimes those show a kind of relationship between the colonizers and the colonized, different from the official narratives. The official narratives are, so I don't know again what you mean by private letters. I don't know of other company archives, but the Dutch company archives do not have the kind of private letters that you would think they should have. Most of it is meant for, the official eyes. So there isn't a lot of explosive private information in it. But definitely, because of court cases, you start understanding this hidden factions, this hidden conflicts, this hidden informal tensions that are there. So that is.
We have one question from Atin Chakraborty. is asking, could you please elaborate on the relation between Dutch and local moneylenders? Is there any role behind the rise of these Dutch personnels?
So I know that, for instance, the kind of Jagat Seths or the Armenian moneylenders, they are big names, and they are mentioned in the Dutch archives. So the Dutch company officials knew of these big moneylenders who were operating in Bengal. They definitely had some kind of interaction with them, but I don't know of any kind of instance where, because the Armenian racket, even the Gujarati traders were part of the Dutch archives that you hear, they are mentioned in the Dutch archives, but I don't know in any way if they were tied politically or had some kind of political nexus with the Dutch in the way they were connected with the English, for instance. So I'm reading on the chat where it says, from Chansura we come to know about this Shandeshwar Tala, and Dutch men gifted silver dhak to Shiva temple. So what is its significance for you? Is that totally related to the politics of government or trade, or has a role in this? I know of this, and definitely there were a lot of these prominent families in Chansura who were connected to the Dutch and Dutch officials, and there were some kind of exchange of gifts or some kind of personal connections that were deemed important because the Dutch were functioning there as zamindars, as political personalities. So it might be possible that there are these connections with prominent local families and the Dutch zamindars. And I don't know if that is, I don't have any evidence to tell you if there is any politics of government or something explicitly important behind that. But I can definitely look that up because that sounds interesting and something to look up to. All I know is that there's this famous Shil family, Shilbari, in this area. And I did find the pattas, which are basically land grants that were given by the Dutch to the Shil family. And there are lots of members of this family whose names are mentioned. But I can look into this kind of exchange of gifts and what is its significance in the larger context. If that's interesting. So thank you for that question.
Right. We have one more question from Ringaporna Boshu. She's asking, did the missionaries interfere or help the locals in putting up cases against Dutch officials or merchants?
I don't know much about the missionaries in terms of whether and to what extent did they interfere. All I know is that there is a report from the resident Overbeek about the school that were set up by the missionaries for boys. And it's just mentioned that there was this kind of school that was set up for the boys for Christian education. And further, I don't know if there are other cases of missionaries being involved. The Dutch are not known for allowing their missionaries, unlike the French or the Portuguese. The Dutch are not very keen on letting their missionaries interfere into their commercial or political parts. So there isn't a very conscious boost within the Dutch East India Company. Not that they were not there, they were there and they were operating, but they were not entirely that prominent or supported by the metropole in the way, for instance, conversion mattered for the Portuguese or the French.
Okay, while we're awaiting more questions. Okay, is there more questions? I think I hear someone. If not, I kind of like to place a question of mine about the sources. in the beginning, you mentioned how the Dutch officials, they basically sent an investigator to kind of find out more about the corruption that was taking place in Bengal and the Bengal merchants. So what sources did you have to consult besides court records to, eke out this part about how this official targeted only those merchants or groups that he had a professional rivalry with?
Yeah, thank you for asking that, because that was a very cumbersome process going through the archives, and I really had to dig hard into the archives. So I started with the reports of the committee. Now, the reports of the committee would just give me the names of those who were accused, and they didn't tell anything. Now, this person who was appointed as the commissioner is a very prominent person or has prominent links in the metropole. So I went back to the metropole and I started collecting this personal family letters and family papers. So the private letters that someone asked earlier, those were the letters I started coming up with. And I started realizing that in those letters, back in those days, all appointments were made based on nepotism, based on patronage, based on words. So you could make out which official was recommending whom and which official was not recommending whom. And when I started going through those private papers, very quickly it became apparent to me that there was a pattern. And the pattern was that all those names that he had accused of in his report were people who was against his faction or against his lobby. So it became very clear that they were part of the lobby of his biggest opponent. So there was a lot of factionalism within that. So basically, he was targeting people who were friends with his biggest opponent. So the guy I'm talking about is Van Rijden, and his biggest opponent was Van Goens. And all these people he had accused of corruption were all friends and part of the faction of Van Goens. And this is what I collected from the private letters. So yes, I had to go back to beyond the Dutch East India Company archives a little bit, into the family archives, into the private letters of these officials to understand how these links were there. So yeah.
Thank you so much. And before I kind of hand over the proceedings, just to kind of follow up on that question, for those of us who cannot access, overseas Dutch archives, is there any place within India or within even Chinsura that you could recommend as a starting off point?
I think the Dutch East India Company archives have been digitized. I don't know exactly if all of them can be accessed without a login ID or something. You have to go to the website once and try and see. But as far as I know, they're all digitized, especially during the COVID years. They have made a very conscious attempt to digitize them and make it available for everyone overseas. The pattas that I'm talking of are preserved in the West Bengal State Archives. So if you can go there, you can find those pattas. These pattas are written in bilingual language. They have Dutch and Bengali, and they have Persian seals and stamps, and they're huge lots, they are a bundle. Apart from that, there is a project that is going on right now with the government of Kerala and the Dutch government called Cosmos Malabaricus. And as far as I know, there might be some kind of provision there for learning the language or using the Dutch sources. I can send the link to you, you can send the link to Mamo. So if that helps to understand what the provisions are. There is a Kerala Council of Historical Research who is taking part in this, and it's primarily focused on Kerala. But I think if anybody is interested, maybe they can get in touch and see what is there. I can help with reading of sources if there is someone who is interested, if you have access to the sources. But it also is a little bit of a difficult part, well, not difficult, but a bit of a challenge to find someone who can teach Old Dutch at this moment, because there aren't that many, and there isn't really anything as such yet in India. and maybe this Cosmos Malabaricus project might have some possibility about it. But I am not very sure yet as to what extent that can be done in terms of teaching. But I will send the link and maybe keep an eye for it, and maybe there is some provision for that.
Right, thank you so much. I think I thank Dr. Ghosh for her presence today. Sorry, Dr. Shru for her presence today. This is a fascinating lecture. I would like to extend my thanks to all the speakers for their diverse and exceptional papers. Thank you to all the participants for your questions, your comments, and for making this workshop all the more invigorating. And a big thank you to all the volunteers for effortlessly coordinating everything today despite the glitches. It has been my pleasure to have been a part of this workshop. And on behalf of the Department of History, I would cordially like to invite all of you to the second day of the Medieval Early Modern segment on the 27th of February. This is really my cue. I would like to kind of hand over the proceedings to Dr. Mukherjee and the rest of the conveners. So thank you once again for making this workshop today a grand success.
Well, thank you so much, Anisha, and thank you so much, Vyapti, and all the speakers who kind of enriched our sessions today. It has been absolutely fascinating, right from Sufism in the morning to kind of talking about early modern Brahmaputra Valley to then Rajashi's the manuscript collections that are happening, and then Vyapti at the end of the day talking about the Dutch sources and the wonderful array of papers that we have kind of been very fortunate to kind of hear today. So thank you so much for all these fascinating presentations, and we look forward to having more of such presentations in the future. This is not a one-off kind of event, and hope to see you all in the department in our midst face to face in the near future. So we'll continue our, as Anisha announced, medieval and early modern segment on Monday, 27th February. And on behalf of the Department of History and my co-coordinators, Shamarpita and Utsha, I would kind of like to extend my gratitude and thanks to all the speakers and the participants. So thank you so much.
Ma'am, will there be anything else? Or can
I will kind of thank you. Thank you so much, Anisha. And, kind of,
yes, thank you,
well
Anisha.
done.
Thank you, Orishita.
We have survived.
We finished before time, which is the first.
Time, which is kind of absolutely amazing.
Despite the glitches, we have managed to stay not just
absolutely. Utsha, you want to say something?
I was about to tell Tilottama, let's not boast about not having technical glitches, because the moment we talked about not having technical glitches, immediately YouTube conked off.
We were here in person, there would be tea afterwards, but just like
Yes,
virtually.
yes, the tea and samosa and all those things have been we missed out on that. So great sessions, interesting papers right from the through the day. So we'll continue this on Monday. So all the volunteers again, back to your stations on Monday morning, 9:50 a.m. where we will log in. Well, you can join a little later, but by 10 we will have to start the session.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what we did today also. We started sharp at 10.
And bye-bye. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Let us sign out so that our IT cell can sign.